Biden says prices are still too high, but today's report shows talk and progress on lowering inflation.
Morning, good morning. Very different open than yesterday. Most of the market is relatively pretty green, right? Most sectors over 1% up on the day. We have home builders leading our home construction, yeah, up like 5%, and regional banks also really helping us out today. Semis doing really well, tech of course, but like these are our main ones: construction, regional banks, semis, tech, bio. So it's a good sign because it's a good mix of sectors there. I'm looking for the Russell to come back down into 81.7 and see if we get a bounce there. Watching this 35, 38 area on ES to see if we get a higher low to form here. Got two nodes, right? And no volume in between. So if we're going to build, I'd like to see this tail hold and then kind of go like this, right? So that we hold the second distribution that we're starting to form here. If we don't, right, we're going to come back down to this node here at 3150. That would make the most sense. So let's see if we can get this higher low here as the Russell pushes down into our POC. Again, there's really no volume in between here, structure-wise. Like, there's just nothing. So we want to see if we can build in this tail. Build out this higher low. 5 minutes until new 15s. Watching the Russell for a low. Morning, Flex. Mm, I think I only do have 5 indicators on my chart. I have session value, profile, HD, PVZ, stacked, and the levels indicator. The watermark I don't think really counts. That's for you guys. And I just have Patty turned off. So these are the ones that I usually go with. session volume profile, PVZ, stacked, levels indicator, and then simple levels if I have those. But I think you could probably replace simple levels with tick and be in a really good spot. And then just chart the levels that I chart with simple. Right, simple levels is just a way for me to easily give you what I already have, but it's definitely not needed. Is a standalone? Uh, why? Oh, just turn the opacity down. I have everything off. Just turn opacity to 0 and then it's just that line. Yeah, the only thing I leave on are I have like the targets in a very low opacity, but I just have the stack signals and then the rebid reversal line. That's it. Got our bounce at POC on RTY, ES pushing into the new high, NQ still finding our seller at the same spot. No change, but nice little scalp there from a bounce. Now we can just need to see if we can hold, right? Again, just building out this secondary distribution higher. Here, let me write that down for you. Act. New PVZ just opened. We have four that we have two distributions here. Either we're able to build in this upper one, or we're going to have to come back down to the lower, find new liquidity, fix some of this poor structure, and then we can get the pop. And that's showing you the same thing on PVZ. Morning, Kamal. We'll see what happens in the news later. It's all fun and games until we realize that we have zero structure up here. There's supposed to be. Take a minute. That was the news from earlier that caused the gap up. Just want to make sure everyone's aware of why. Posted in chat. Just so we're all on the same page. I meant for like if we get volatile news, there's no structure. What we're doing right now is just trading in this node. If this node breaks, then we probably come back down to overnight high. But as of right now, we're just chopping in a very clear rectangle, building out this higher node. Same thing on ES. Very clear range. These are the nodes we're building out. If these can't break and make new highs, right, then we'll have to probably come down, retest these areas like this. But as right now, just kind of chilling. If you're taking any short, it should be off of our PVC high, right, our value high at 504s and 4350s on NQ. But right now, there's nothing. Just waiting to see if we can hold up here or not, and if there's an active buyer who's willing to push for new highs. Yeah, this like 460 to 450 area is the only thing that's kind of here in the short term. Our value is slowly moving up, but like delta wise, not a ton here until we've got like this little pivot with our ETH, our overnight high and our buyer, and then we have this area here. As our targets below. This is just where our POC shifted up and where value shifted. So this is like our first area to look if this 60 to 50 area doesn't hold. But other than that, we're just waiting. See if the Russell can hold our overnight and kind of, sorry, our 30-second opening range and pop off of this. If it can do that and NQ can continue to just oscillate this node, then that's the play for right now until we see a break and hold out of either side. What levels do I have turned on in the levels indicator? I turned off previous month high, previous month low, previous week high, previous week low, just because I want to clean up my charts. I have the average day range, daily range high and low on. I have the weeklies off. I have the monthly off. I just have our VPOCs and our weekly point of control, our weekly value high, weekly value low, previous days. All of these are all turned on. And then our monthlies as well. So I'm basically using this more so as a just a volume profile histogram without having to have it on. And then of course like our AV WUPs. I think a lot of the information on levels is good on different time frames. Like all of that stuff's really great on a higher time frame. But if I'm drawing my own levels, then there's not really a point to have a lot of that information on because I'm already referencing things intraday that matter. So like the things to me that matter on a smaller time frame chart, I like where's the previous day value, where's our average daily range high and low, Those are like the main important things to me. And then our weekly and monthly anchored VWAPs. And of course, just like having reference points for previous months, um, value areas. Yeah, exactly. Just the D profile up here until we get a break and hold. From 417? No, I'm not. I did not start trading until like 950. No, I'm long on NQ. Just playing off of our bottom of our nodes that we've developed out, just like we talked about. Just playing the range. Like Aram just said, like as long as you see it as a D distribution, like we just expect dips to be bought, right? Same thing on NQ. Dips to be bought, bid to step back in, push back up to our highs. And like this is your range. If we can build above our PVZ, right, make the value high supportive from our first period, then we get continuation. Pushing into our average daily range high here on NQ. Russell was able to hold where we wanted. Yeah, right. Like again, it's if you're comfortable trading a range, the range is there. Really nice break from, but yeah, I'm out one here. See if we can build. One left. Just 95 average, nothing crazy. Yeah, that's what I think. I think you have to get over 90.7, or the Russell is going to mark the high, which is why I took one off into it. I just want to again point something out. If you're trying to short this, you're kind of in a weird position because you should probably just be waiting for pullbacks instead of shorting. Look at what the market looks like and then use your brain. Are we in trend? Did we gap up? Are we holding the gap? Is everything green? Hmm. Yeah, stacked and PVZ should be pretty good here. PVZ with the anchored VWAP line, and then stacked for the rebid reversal. Dakota is up 190K. Wow. Does he have like 50 watts on? Like, how is he up 190K? So he got lucky on CPI, is what you're saying, and then he stayed in. Imagine having that much size on into CPI. Crazy. Congrats, Jason. Huge accomplishment. Just watching us react into our 504 here on NQ. See if we can hold our PVZ. We want to see if we can bid at this node high, right? So far, so good. Chilly. AC, Jesus. Turn down the AC or just put more clothes on? Hmm. Yeah, that's what I just did. Because you know in like 3 hours it's gonna be another 20 degrees hotter. And I'm gonna regret turning my AC down. Pushing into our overnight high here on the Russell. I'm very curious to see what our reaction is gonna be. If we can push right through our ETH high here into 9110, 91.7 area, it's a good sign for a trend, right? Something to keep in mind on today, we have this reversion zone on PVZ, which is this red box with the gradient. If we're not going to trade in balance, what we're going to see from our prices, right, from actual structure here, is the ability to push above and then our AVWAP kind of holding this, and then we'll know for sure we have trend. If we're going to revert back to our value, we expect price to basically come up into this, reject, and then come back down into our value area from this red box. In strong trend, this box means literally nothing. Just as a very clear indication of like, are we in a trending market or are we in a mean reverting value market? So if we do push through this and we don't see really any signs of reversion back to our value area on PVZ, and we see our anchored VWAP come up and do one of these, right? Then we'll just be referencing this anchored VWAP as our support on any sort of pullback. If we do see a seller step in here, we get our reversion signal and we come back down, right? We have a plan. But I just want to like keep that in mind that like if the Russell's able to push through here and we're able to build and there's no signs of pullbacks to value, then it's just incredibly strong trend. Nice job, Varg. And so far, like zero reaction from our overnight high on RTY, just pushing. If we rebid it as supportive on any sort of little pullback, amazing sign that we're going for that ADR high. If we don't even need the pullback, ADR high into that 96, 98 is target. Things look pretty good. Just move your stops up, chill. Watching our reaction into 512s on any sort of pullback here on NQ. 512, 515, kind of what we're watching for. And we now hold our rebid reversal and build here. Push, do a little one of these. Got our bounce into this low. This is the last thing we talked about. And we've now made that new high. Now it's just, can we build on this new node that we're forming? Trend. Like, what does that look like for me when I'm trading? Well, it looks like this. Took off my original sizing from our first dip, right? Sold the highs, waited for the pullback down into this reference node that we talked about, right? Are we now holding the top of our range? Getting back in here, playing up into this. Just rotation for rotation. You don't have to take off full size and, scalp like I'm doing. You can just leave a runner. We're in trend, right? You want to make your life easy. But not really, yeah, you've got this VPOC here at 99.73 but I think that look into 103.65 previous month value high makes a lot of sense. So I'm actually just going to mark both of these levels. For ES, if you've got the simple levels on, I've got 455 marked above from a hold of 430 below. 455 above, and then we've got 475 above that, and then 500s. Those are like your main looks. I'm sure we'll develop out a few more levels as we go. If we see anything like a buyer stepping in, some pullback levels, but those are like my main targets that I'm looking for in the day. Like I got in not at the absolute low here, just at tens, and I'm up $600 on a single contract into our PVZ reversion zone. Just playing trend continuation off of our node. Like you don't need to capture full moves to make money here. Now we're into our reversion zone on NQ. If sell side's willing to defend, or if we can continue to trend. Any pullbacks on the Russell, we're going to be watching a push back into our ETH high. Yeah, but the morning moves just trend, so as of right now, it looks like just continuation is likely. There'll be opportunities to get back in for sure, as long as we continue doing what we're doing. Great job, man. Congrats on being funded. Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing, right? Don't change anything. Keep with the risk model that got you funded, right? Don't get overexcited and don't try to make all your money day one. Slowly build that account up. Take money out once you've given yourself a bit of a buffer. Pay yourself back for your evals. And then coast. Treat it the same way. You got it. We're watching 30s on NQ. And again, just our overnight high here on Russell. Seeing if we can hold here for continuation. Steeper pullbacks, of course, are going to be down to that 87, 88 area on RTY to retest our value break. But again, as of right now, not a ton here. Immediate bid off of our 90.7 on RTY. See if we can push, or if this will be a lower high for another leg down. Unclear as of yet. We have gotten a reversion signal on NQ from our reversion zone, just as an FYI. Invalidation at the high. And we are pushing down into our 30s. That reversion signal would be looking for this area here. If it's going to get below 30s, that's what we'll be watching for. As of right now, though, like everything's just holding. If you're unfamiliar with our indicators, this rebid reversal line is just what we want to see hold in trend. And if it becomes our resistance, then we have a shift, and then we look for pullbacks further down. But that's what this white line represents. It is a dynamically moving line that goes with price. You see it on ES, you see it on RTY, and you see it on NQ here. It's just like a trend following line. Basically just like an ATR. I can actually, let's see how gross this looks if I turn on indicator names. Well, it's a little much. Yeah, it's a little much. Okay, we're not doing that. A little too messy for me, personally. Are you just talking about holding the first hour, or quite a large IB on the day? Here, I'll mark that. There we go. Yeah, makes sense to me. Just mark IB high across the board. Easy enough. So Bruce, what you should do is you probably just haven't loaded enough bars. So just scroll, zoom out like this, scroll left, and then come back in, and your chart will should load it. Sorry, I didn't see that until Adam responded to you. But that usually fixes it for me, just loading more bars. It's why you see the 15-second one stop working about halfway through the day. They're just like, we can't load the full daily profile because there's not enough bars. But like on the 1 minute, you should be able to just scroll left and then load everything and then come back in. Pushing into our target here now on NQ off of the reversion signal. Again, just the steeper pullback. See if buyers step in here. We come back down to our original node. I only use RTH. I never turn on ETH. If I see like levels that are important in overnight, I'll mark them, but then I'll go immediately back to the RTH chart. That's just a personal preference, but most of our indicators were built for RTH, not ETH, so it just makes sense. Immediate bid off of our value high retest on NQ and our period AVWAP and our node, right? Exactly where we thought the pullback would be from our reversion bucks. Taking off one here into our stacked level into 27s. At one runner left, 13 average. Oh, sorry. No, I don't change the sessions on. I have it on all, but because I'm on RTH, it's only displaying RTH data. Yeah, like come back after 2:30. Makes sense. Hmm. It is a risky play, Braxton is calling. Definitely a lotto. But the RR is there if we do get the move. I mean, risking 75 for 925. Back to our node here. Watching 43s on ES, 87s on RTY. NQ is going to keep doing what it's doing until we get down to these levels on ES. Watching 43. See our reaction here. Immediate bid as we push into 4350. NQ still pretty seller clearly trying to push us down. Just watching this 4350 edge on ES, see what we can do. Immediate bid off of our 4350. Good area to risk off one, at least if you are playing off of that bounce, understanding that the Russell is just like random walking while we waited. TVZ wins again. Back to our node, immediate bid. Risking off one, of course, into our rebid reversal line at 22s. Leaving runner here. Average at 501. 75. We doing all right today, fellas? What's going on? Ladies as well, sorry. 43s? Yeah, nice. Good job. See, we're gonna be able to just not even have to trade the news. Isn't that amazing? By the time that comes out, you're all gonna be done, locked out of your accounts, happy, touching grass. Huge. Surely that means that I can leave on time today at 12:30 and not do a full session, right? Okay. Well, I tried. Uh, well, worth an attempt. Oh my god. Until the Russell finds the bottom, be very careful with this low. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but RTY is still falling down. Probably need to find this actual low here before you want to put any real size on. Yeah, I agree, Aram. If I had to guess, if the Russell needs to come down into this 81, then we'll probably get a little action here, a bounce, and then we'll probably have to rotate down into our value low here. If Russell can't find its low first at our 504 on NQ, then we'll probably be looking down into this 79 to 87. So just keep an eye here, see if the bid will maintain at our edge. But like if this edge doesn't hold, right, then we'll rotate through this node back down to 78s while we wait for RTY to figure out where it wants to bounce. Man, Malibu is such a good album by Anderson .Paak. So good. Such a jam. Watching our Russell reaction into 87s to see if we'll get a lower high here. I can agree on that, Ty. Pretty solid. I don't know about peak, but definitely like a golden period. R&B definitely had quite the time, mid 2000s. Pushing down into target here and NQ. Good area to risk off shorts, or at least move stops down and start to look for potential longs. Watch to see if the Russell can get over this 87 and hold. We are targeting 504.50 here if we can get a hold of our value. Again, just in this area is what we're watching on NQ. Out one here into 504. One left, 94.50 average. Break even. Either it stops me out or we break over 504.50. Way. Stopped, of course. We'll try again. If I can see the Russell build. Song gives me anxiety, man. I don't understand how people can drum and sing at the same time. Like, what kind of brain development do you have to be able to do those two things at the same time? Like, how? Like, I can barely, like, do two different beats, like, put your hands on the table and try to, like, change the tempo, have two different tempos going uh, with two different fingers. And then think about trying to have to, like, sing with while also being able to do that. Uh, just built different. What's up, Nick? Yeah, I don't think anything's really wrong with this area yet. I think NQ is just kind of random walking while we wait to see if the Russell can get back out of value. Yeah, it's still holding where it needs to. I think this is just one of those things where it's going to be a scalp trade between our 87 and our 504 until we see the Russell be able to build back over value. And if it can't, right, then we have another leg down. But as of right now, like all we've done is come back down to our primary node and are still participating and still seeing participation. It's the better way to phrase that. While we wait for the Russell, this 87 area. New PVZs just opened. Yeah, no problem, man. Have a great rest of your day. The quote, isn't it? It's us. uh, my stop is now just at 504 in this final contract. Dakota's up 14K, 190K aggregate. I see. Let's see it, Adrian. Hmm. Hmm. Coincidence? I don't know. Need to brush this dog, man. She is shedding everywhere. Everywhere. What? What is it? It is an hour and 30 minutes too early for you to go out. Yeah, no, cat left at the other place. Good riddance. Just the doggo. I want to clarify that it wasn't, I did not have ownership of said cat. It lived in my house. No, no, same with the other dog. I do not have primary ownership of that dog. So I just have my old lady. I've got the good dog. What's the dog's name? Dog's name's Sarah. That was her name at the shelter. Just stuck with it. Yeah, but with an H. It's always awkward when I date a girl named Sarah, but you know, she gets over it. Yeah, that's actually usually the problem. I'm not even kidding. Ugh. Man, there's an idea. Hell no. No tattoos. How many of you guys have tattoos, by the way? Got a few? You have 11? Holy crap. You have a bunch of like Gen Z tats, just like random stuff on your body, Kolsky? That wasn't like an insult, but I know that that's like a style that's going on now. Okay. None. I wish I could commit, but like that's just a lot of permanence. I can't do it. Just art. Yeah, I mean I get that. I feel like it's either or. I am saying Bruce, way too indecisive. That's a good way to look at it, I think. I'm gonna probably close this if we can't hold our AV up here on NQ as we push down into 12s, just to take profit off. Either trend holds and we're able to hold like higher lows here, or I'll just close from the 504 average. Yeah, so far good. Looks okay. It just looks like a little choppy on RTY and ES, so I'm fine if like we continue having trend on NQ with Apple pushing up. But if we don't, then I just expect us to kind of revert back down again on NQ, just like ES and RTY are doing. It's kind of like chopping. No reason to let this go all the way back down to 504. Take like my 150 or whatever it's gonna be. Where'd you get burned? Got it. All right. I'm gonna see what happens in this new 15 that opens in 50 seconds. But if we are still kind of trapped in this range, I'm actually gonna go let the dog out. Especially if I'm doing a full session today, just to get it out of the way early. And then I'll be back like 6 minutes if we don't see a reaction here. I just got stopped at 12s. My last contract. Watching our 4175 here on ES, our 83s on RTY, and our 504 on NQ. Just see if we can get the full push back down. We can see our POC is shifted back down to this node on NQ. Just kind of waiting for Russell and ES to find their lows. Still a big fan of just looking at like these value lows if POCs don't hold, just for stronger pullbacks. I look into 38.50 on ES and 81 on RTY. You can see that Apple is just like very much in control on the day. So it's like as long as that's popping, we have a lot of potential momentum for continuation. But waiting for these things to kind of revert back down to their value makes a lot of sense with the lower highs. So again, just keeping an eye on this area. 38.50, 81 on RTY. Start PVZ levels. Yeah, I'll be right back. Cause it looks like I'm gonna miss this move. I'll be back like 6 minutes max. All right. Pushing back up into our value high here. RTY is still very flat, but as long as it oscillates, there's not really an issue. Apple retesting our highs of day. See what happens here into this like 40, 45. Testing our IP high. I think we can get the break if Apple can make a new high and hold. Makes sense. But if Apple wants to kind of like top out here short term, then value high makes a lot of sense as well to maintain. Looking at this pullback, let's see. Is there anything new that I can look at? Not really, structurally. I just have to be patient here. Off missing the 504. Place is gonna make me a coffee drinker. Like right outside the dog run, there's like a full free like pod. I don't know, like a dispenser, like coffee machine. Just like select what you want, just makes it for you. Every time I go down there now, though, I get a drink. Yeah, it's I don't think anyone else uses it, so it's pretty nice. And I think people don't know about it. I think it's just like me and the police officers that watch like the security. Like that's it. I'm sure most people have one in their apartment, but I usually don't drink coffee. All right, come on, get us out of here. Really want that RTY into 81s. This POC holds fine, but like, come on. Just give us the dip. We gotta test these selling deltas down into this 80, 81 dubs before we get anything, I think. I'd want to retest these sellers and make sure that buyers are really serious about this, and then look for the pop. So just kind of waiting on the Russell to kind of fully come down into the low of our value, instead of just like tiptoeing at POC. Again, it's fine if we hold POC, but what we need to do if this is going to hold and we don't need this look down and then pop, is that we need to see a break of our value high and hold, right? Or this is just slow grind down and there's not a ton here to give us an initiative buyer. So I really want to see this look back into this. Because right now, like, what's carrying the market? Well, like Apple going sideways, and every pop we get a little move on NQ, right? But without like the Russell coming into that low, we don't have full market participation. We have divergence with NQ making higher lows, with the Russell making lower highs. Does that make sense, Stubbs? That's fine. So here, let me put it NQ on a 1 minute chart. You see how on this entire move up, RTY has only been going down? So here, I'll put a channel on. You see this is a downtrend, and from the exact same timestamp, this is an uptrend, right? So where is the Russell most likely going to find a bottom so that it can also be in an uptrend with NQ? Well, the area that we look for is our value low, right? So this would be a continuation down of this channel, but then this is where we're looking for buy side liquidity to be, to break this cycle, right? Break this rotation. So I'm looking for this low so that we can finally get an end of this, come back down into value, and then get on the same page with NQ so that the full market can then participate for a push up. Does that make more sense if I word it like that? Because until then, right, we just have divergence with Russell kind of just chopping down inside value, slowly pushing down with NQ building. And like NQ will continue to build as long as Apple's able to kind of just maintain. But that's not going to give us our movement out of this area that we want. It's just going to continue to rotate between area. So finding that pivot is going to be really helpful to let us know when and something like actually actionable is happening. Because until then, like, just this is our range high, this is our range low. You just got to ask me. Like Dubs did a great job, which is like I got lost in the last part. Okay, well then I'll break it down further, right? So just let me know, and I'll always go more in depth. Just gotta communicate. My job is not to confuse you. Russia's Moscow Stock Exchange officially halts trading in US dollars and euros 3 minutes ago. Yeah, if anything, it would affect DXY, and I don't know if it is. DXY. If anything, it's just more downside pressure for DXY is what I would think, which is not bad for tech. Um, I do remember this chart from yesterday, guys, when we talked about this, and why I was like fine with where we were holding. Break of our balance, and then we were looking for expansion the next day. You guys remember this or no? When I was explaining how like the market's either in a state of balance or imbalance, and then we were looking to plot. Let me see if I can actually just Control Z this. No, sadly. This is that state of imbalance, right? And then we will then create a state, oops, of balance. But like, why did we care about this area? And why were we looking for dips to be bought as long as we were holding here, we were bullish? Well, it's because we're holding the high of our previous balance and we're just flagging it out, right? Hopefully some of you remember us talking about this. It's a good reminder. Yeah, he's speaking. It's a press conference. So you have your rate statement at 2, and then you have the conference 30 minutes later with Powell. Uh, always. As we get closer to that time, expect the market to be more and more range bound. Which is not a bad thing, guys, because once a range has been established, it's just trading that range. You have to remember, like on FOMC days, we get initial expansion and then we get chop. But that balance isn't a bad thing as long as you recognize it as that. Just like always think like the likelihood of larger players participating before a rate decision is very unlikely because they are going to take their liquidity out of the market, waiting for that news to come in. And then once a decision has been made and we have a general idea of what the market is kind of feeling off of the news, they will then put capital back into the market. Looking for expansion pre FOMC is probably not a great idea. I mean, just I'm just putting it out there. From all of the past FOMCs we've traded, it's usually a period of balance as we lead into it. We got our initial pop off CPI news, right? And we had a lot of momentum there. But us kind of just like hanging out here for a while, totally plausible. Huge, Tom. Russell pushing into our 30-second opening range high. See if we get a reaction as we push down into this. Again, really just focusing in on this value low area, seeing if we're going to hold our rotation of value. We need to see RTY kind of find this low. NQ still just holding higher lows. See if we get a reaction here. Mm. Yes, coming down into our value low as well. Watching this 38.25. Russell still selling. I'm just waiting for it to hold. We're watching for something like this to happen. $5.16. I think the NQ is just random walking within this range until we wait for ES and RTY to find the low, to be honest. Let's watch ES into our value low. It's going to be very hard for NQ to find a bottom without Apple and NVIDIA showing participation. Watching 504 here on NQ, played off of this level multiple times. I think if 504 doesn't hold, then it's just going to be coming back down into that value low. So watching now. Got our look into ES value there. Need to get back over POC. Testing our 81s on the Russell now. Just want to see a recovery of our 30-second opening range. Break at these lower highs. Looking over our POC here on ES, off of our push down into value. See if we can build above. Same thing for Russell over 81.7. Need to see that push above and that bid to step in. Good hold of our 504s on NQ, but still just lower highs, right? Yeah, I think like if we don't see bids step in here, CJ, like down into like this 80.91, and this goes offer like very aggressively, and we don't just immediately bid back up, then maybe there's something there. But like other than that, I feel like it's just going to be a really easy way to get people caught, which is I think you're on the same page with. POC test here on RTY. Three minutes left until new 15s. Oof. Yeah, I mean, I'm just playing off this 504 until proven otherwise. If not, then we go for the dip down into that 80.90. As long as Russell and ES are getting this bid, like I think that NQ can just kind of do its thing, hold our pivot. Yeah, the 42 is good POC hold. Got our PVZ at 41.75. Great rebid there. See if we can break the downtrend. Looks like you need like a look into 46 and then bid. So slow. Yeah, that makes sense. Back up the value. If POC holds is supportive. Just a full rotation of value there. Still think you probably need that look into this and then pop, build. Yeah, I just had like a double shot of espresso too. Just bored. So let that kick in. Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah. It's like my options are watching Gotham or watching Gotham. I don't know. Currently watching this. Bullet with Hikaru. We got to get Hikaru in here to trade futures, man. Slide in his DMs. I might. Yeah, it looks like we're just waiting on Apple. NQ and RTY now trying to maintain at POCs. Our 500, sorry, our 504 is still holding on NQ, but maintaining downtrend. No real change here. There's potentially a seller now off sides at 500s that I'm looking at, but we still need to see the break of the downtrend for that move back up into value high. Surely Apple can get the break here. Yeah, it's ridiculous, dude. I'm not sure actually, Bruce. I would assume that that's the case, but I'm not. I only started watching this about halfway through, so I didn't see the intro. We're back to our offer here into 20s on NQ. If you're playing off a 504, this is a great first risk off, just in case we don't get the full break, as we wait for the rest of the market to figure out what it wants to do. But next target, of course, will be into our value high if we do get over this 2025 area on NQ. I am out 2. Next profit target will be into our value high. Again, just playing off of 504. These guys are monsters. Sir, if you want to watch Hikaru's stream, he's on Kick today. You want to see him like pre-moving without the commentary? I think it's more impressive to watch like him actually doing all of his pre-moves. Yeah, he's got to deal with Kick. So he's only on Twitch like, I don't know, twice a week these days. Maybe not even. He's so quick, man. Ugh. Oregon Plunder instead. Coming back down into our 504s off of another POC rejection on the Russell, and our 25 seller holding the offer. I do not think I'm going to attempt 504 again on this push until I see a look above. I'm thinking that we can make a lower high here. Or sorry, a lower low down into our value with the Russell also rejecting. So just watching our reaction into 81s on RTY. As we come back into 504s, there might be a slight bid, but want to see our reaction on RTY here off of the topping here. Again, the range is the range, and Apple is holding a higher low. Things look fine, but we're just seeing a bit of weakness. I don't think that there's anything wrong playing between this 504 and 525, but I think that there might be a better price that we can get with Russell weakness. Yeah, they're at another level, man. Yeah, just blitzing games. Another really nice hold of our 81s on the Russell, coming into our reoffer now, filling this imbalance from sell side. NQ, again, just very sideways. Held our 504s, but lower high. It's the reason why I didn't want to play this last attempt, is just it didn't seem like we had the excitement from the previous. Just a little bit less initiation. So again, nothing wrong with playing these two edges, but I do not want to get caught in a 30-minute trade for 15 points. Yes, that's kind of how I feel, Camille. That's why I want the dip. See, the thing is that we have this seller who's offsides into this 500, 504 at this low here, into this tail. But without excitement, it doesn't really mean a ton. We still need to break the highs and like see someone actually be able to pop us over this 2025 to actually get really any reaction, or this is kind of just like a very neutral area. And again, like that's why like the 504, 500 area is fine to play off of. But if we lose that, we're going to see a bit more speed from sell side to bring us down through this edge. So our current pivot, right, this is the node that we're trading. And right now we're holding the high end, right? And we have this guy who's a bit off sides here at 500s, but it's a neutral state. But on a look above and actually a bid stepping in here, we should be able to immediately pop up into that 40. The thing is like if sellers gain any sort of control below this guy, then we should be looking for this look into our like 80, 85 area. And then that new liquidity can then pop. It's very slow. Very, very slow. You don't want to overcommit. Would you slow grind into 30s, excite? Yeah, I think so. Retesting our overnight would be really good. Just coming back down to our period 1 value. That'd be good if we could see a strong reaction there. For that to play, you'd be looking for something like this, where we lose value, and then we'd look for probably a move and a dip into that. If not, then like this 35, 38, it's just going to continue to be where we see bids stepping in into our value low. And for that to play, we'd just be looking for a dip buy, recovery of our value here, and then rotation back up into ES POC. So for when sell side's actually going to be serious about that 30, we're going to get this look like this. But yeah, great look, Camille, by the lower. That's exactly why I didn't play. It's because these like weaker reactions on each initial consecutive attempt. Only so much liquidity can be found there, and you know, like at some point we're gonna need to come back down to our value to retest. And like watching this POC shift, this dotted line here, we can see that like this 510 is now shifted, and our previous POC is at this 91, where our value low is now. So like this move down into this is really all I'm focused on, is like, are these buyers still relevant here, and are they willing to attempt to push us back? You can see that liquidity on 90s on the DOM as well. Like that's where most of the excitement is. We have someone attempting at 96, but most of the liquidity has been keeps popping at that 90 level. Yeah, I think that's it's a good short. I think another solid entry would have just been the lower high off of this retest into POC as resistance, and then seeing that offer push down. I think that was good as well, just to play back down to value low. But it's just a little too slow for me to want to interact personally. I'll just wait for the pullback and then decide from there. We come down into our value lows. That's a good one. Definitely saving that. Mexican for sure. Yeah, it does. I mean, there's nothing wrong with Italian. I just definitely eat more Mexican. Less, not as heavy. Like if I had to eat one cuisine between the two of those for the rest of my life, I'd definitely go Mexican over Italian. Well, the survey is wrong. Yeah. Yeah, and their opinions, not good. So that's I don't know. Straight to racism is crazy. Hmm. We're gonna get the whole fight sequence. It's so true, CJ. Watching Apple as it comes into 215. See if we get a reaction there from our value high from period 1. Looking for one last leg down, ideally, on NQES back into 91 on NQ. Yeah, just down into our value low as Apple comes into 15s. Again, I still don't think there's anything wrong with this 38 edge on ES. Like, it's just value low. But the thing is we're waiting on Russell and NQ to get with the program. Like, we're still just playing off of this guy on NQ. Those two red deltas. Like, as long as we're holding those, like, there's not a ton here. And we're just waiting on the rest of the market to get with it. If you are playing off of 38s, this is your first like look into our POC that we're pushing into. You want to be aware of. Need to be able to push through this. Maybe I should change the color of this to be a little bit more opaque, so that you have an understanding what needs to become supportive. Bid now trying to step back into 504. So our POC retest here on NQ as resistance. See if the 504 can now hold again off of this dip below. Russell still rejecting value. Yeah, it's sad. See if the Russell will lead us down. 504 bid holds here, or we'll probably go for that 91, in my opinion. Again, just like look at Apple. Lower high right now, but like Nvidia is helping us actually getting the break. Hmm. Jesus. Pushing into 215 on Apple. See if we find a bid here. Again, the reason why I'm looking at this area on Apple is if we're going to hold, we're at this basing right here. Should act as our buy side. Just looking at this. We're going to bid. I'd like to see it happen here. Because if not, then we're looking at something like this on Apple. Should be coming back down into like 214.40. So I'd like to see this be able to bid, push back up. Pushing into our 504 here and see if the offer sticks. This would be your first PT if you are playing off of the apple bounce of 15s. Back up to our offer here on NQ. Should be pretty obvious that we need to be able to push through this. Again, just Apple off of 15s. Watching our offer here on Apple as well. This was our last high into our 16. Top of range here on NQ, short term. See what Apple does. Right now is a really good deal on Audible if you have premium. Everything is like 80% off, by the way. If you pay with cash and credits, like all books are like 80% discounted. Just grabbed like my entire wish list for like $4 per book. What Hikaru's doing right now is it's so ugly. So like we didn't get our 91s, but we did get our tested into 15s and immediate bid on Apple. So like we need to you need to like be willing to understand like why our pivots are pivots, right? So like if Apple comes down and gets the bid, like we have to be willing to play off of that. I hope that's understandable. Like things don't always go exactly to plan, but like this is our main pivot here, right? Like if buy side steps in, it steps in. Don't like just not interact because it didn't come exactly to where we wanted. You know what I mean? Because it did, technically, right? It went to our pivot on Apple and we held. But like this is now your risk off if you are taking this off of our Apple trade. I really want you to be aware. Like this 2025 needs to become supportive, or this is all we get. This is the basing on Apple from where our previous buyer was. Russell's still holding our value low. Yes, into our pivot. And immediately sell at our 2025 offer. Yeah, exactly. Sure. Like I think that that's fine. Also, just like understanding like what's moving the market up, and if Apple finds that bottom, like we can play off of it. Do you have to have a perfect entry into the low to take advantage of that? No, not at all. But like understanding like that we should getting another rotation is like what you need to do. So like this is what I did. This is how I interacted in that area. Is it perfect? No, but we caught the move, understanding like Apple finding that low and then playing the higher low on Apple and hold. That's where my entry was. Does it matter if it's a perfect entry on NQ? No, because I'm playing off of Apple. Right? I waited for the higher low on Apple off of the 15 hold and the bid up. And then what did we take our profit? Well, we took profit into our offer on Apple, right? Into our pivot on NQ. Now we look for a higher low and the ability to build. Ideally here would be sick, right, into tens. If tens can hold where our previous POC was off the shift, that would be amazing, where our rebid reversal line is, and if Apple can hold the previous high here, right? Like that's kind of what we're looking for, something like this. Will it happen? We'll see, right? Russell's still very weak. PVZ holding at 81s. Expecting more. It's just it's going to be again very hard to get expansion as we push into minutes, right? Like it's just going to be the statement in the rate decision is going to be you're not looking for expansion right now. You're looking to play the range, and we're looking to find viable pivots. If we get a runner, awesome, but like take profit into known levels, play off of known levels, treat it as balance because it is balance. Yeah, like I'm trading one lot as we're dropping here. There's no reason to add leverage, but like I'll take the trade. I'll take the trade. If we get continuation, then I'll add, right? But like 1-2 lots for me is like a good size. Not really leaving runners, just taking profits into known levels. If we get expansion, like okay, that'll be another entry. I'll get in then. I personally will not be looking for like continuation until I see the Russell break this garbage that we're trading in right now. I want absolutely nothing to do with looking for expansion as long as we're trading inside the 30-second opening range from this morning. Yeah, I think that's a great mentality, CJ. And like, you're not going broke by taking $150, $300 trades. Like, I promise you, it adds up quick. Like, this is what my P&L looks like for today. Just like, I want you to see like sizing wise. Um, but like, check that out, right? Like, that's a lot of $100 winners, but there's occasionally a 300, there's occasionally a 500. My break evens, my losses are very small. Very small. Trade the range here for YouTube people. And like, you can see, like, I'm selling into our 20. I'm not even, I don't care. I'm not looking for more. I know that's resistance. I know that's resistance. We've now taken profit at 19s how many times today? 20s, 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 right? Like, it is what it is. Am I gonna just like think that that pivot's gone? I think I've shared every trade, Dubs. But yeah, I can. This is probably the worst trade that I've taken today, and it was just playing off of 5 of 4s and holding. And it was just keeping my average and not caring. This is probably, this will be a good one to share. Just not caring. Didn't hit my stop. I don't care. Taking profit into the level. Doesn't matter. Here are the trades from earlier. So here's me getting stopped out on my first contract and then immediately getting back in and then playing it up. And then getting stopped out again at the lows. And then playing the dip, buying it, playing it up, and then getting stopped out on my last contract. And then adding again on the look up and then stop and then pushing up. Do you see, like, it doesn't matter. Like, as long as our like levels and our reactions are good, like, I don't care. Like, I'll get stopped out and then I'll immediately get back in if I see what if I want. But like, I'm not letting trades go red. Like, it's, and those are, I think, all the trades I took today. What's my stop? I don't set a stop. I just have my finger on sell. I only have stops on trades that are over like 5 points in a direction, and then I'll move to a limit. Just so like you know that I'm not. Market, 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 market. Matter. Let's get it out of the way. Not important, but just to show. Yeah, right. And like I got stopped there as well, right? But then I just got back in. Cause like if we see the bid step in, I'll play it. I don't care. So if you took a trade and just goes down 5 points and close it and get back in later, what would you do? I would do exactly that. I took a 5 point hit, sure, but I got back in, I made up the 5 points, and now it's a break even. Who cares? Losers are a part of it. Right? Like, well, I don't know. Like, what do you mean? Like, I'll get back in, I'll make up that money. At no point in my life have I been like, I am too red to make this up. No, it's like I either the trade works or it doesn't. I know what my risk profile looks like. And if I lose 5 points on NQ, I lose 5 points on NQ, and then the next trade, I take 10 points and I've made up that loss. But not initiating because of I'm scared to lose 5, 10 points on NQ. It was just like, okay, now I'm limiting my opportunities for the upside, you know? But I'm going to cut regardless because I don't need drawdown to be affecting my next trade. And we talked about this, I think yesterday or Monday. But like, as soon as you now are bleeding in a trade, you have now lost all future potential to take a trade at that lower low. You're now having to average down on your loser instead of just getting a better entry at a lower point, right? I now have to average down on a bleeding trade instead of just exiting, waiting for that dip, looking for the higher low, bidding, and then stepping back in. I now have to now try to come back up to my first contract's average to not take a loser instead of just being willing to scalp that range. Like you limit yourself a ton by staying in that trade. I don't know if that made sense. Hopefully it does. Yes, and like Surf brings up a really good point. Is like if you don't have a stop and you don't have like the mental control to click sell and be understanding like losers are a part of the process, right? Like you are going to have an incredibly bad time trying to trade the way I do. So keeping a bracket on and being understanding yourself and being accountable to yourself is the way to do it, right? Like just have safety net already in place for you because you know you don't have the self-control yet. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with a bracket. Brackets save lives. I'm using a DOM, so I see exactly the orders that are coming on and off, and I have a tape right next to me, and I am looking and I am acknowledging exactly what I want to see. Right? I'm playing off of a DOM. This looks really good though, by the way, guys, with our POC shift here. This dip in and hold. This looks pretty solid for buy side. Look at our POC shift and retest off of our hold of our 504s. Yeah, right. Like Mario uses a bracket, but he immediately moves his stop on his bracket. He brackets in place to help him prevent any sort of volatility. And there's nothing wrong with that either. You could have a super wide bracket and then immediately move, but at least those limits are immediately on for you. For me, I just right click on my DOM and then I have a limit placed, right? As soon as I'm in a trade, my finger is automatically, it shifts to exit at market and close. Immediately. But like, is this the correct way to trade? Probably not, but is it what I'm used to? Yeah. I traded a ton of leveraged crypto years before, and I'm very used to just like in and out, right? Like this is just what I know. And so this is how I trade. Scalping like on like 300 times leverage in crypto per like that's like how I learned how to scalp. Like honestly. Full time at this point, probably like oh God, I've been trading for over 8 years. Full time, probably like 6.5, 7 at this point. I don't know. I've been in longer term positions for 12 years, I think. But like that doesn't really count. I started like actually trading about 8 years ago. And then like went full time within the last like 5, 6 years. I'm trying to like think. Yeah, 2020, probably like 2019. But I don't really count like you have to think like the last like 3 years with TFC have been like the fullest I've ever traded. Like I stopped doing art and like basically like completely quit my art job. Like I that's like the back burner. Like when I started with TFC, I was working still like half and half doing projects with my company with analog. So like I was still even then like part-time trading. I would only trade 3 days a week. Now this year I've been doing it every day of the week. And like to me that's full time now. And that's only been like a year and a half if you actually think about it in that regard. So it's really like how do you think about trading full time? Do I support myself off of this? Yes, right? Like that to me is like full time. With now not having like really any like without me doing like projects on the side. So it really just depends on what your standards are for like what trading, I guess. What did you used to do before full time? I had an art company. I was doing motion graphics for like mid and large size companies, corporations, like advertising for Instagram, like intros for like series and commercial work. Did some stuff for Gulfstream, did some stuff for GE, did some stuff for like The Walking Dead, and then just like a bunch of like infographics for Instagram, and then installation stuff as a for like Red Bull. So on your chart, yes, I see a label POC value area, and I don't see value low. Also, do you use these levels? Yeah, so these levels are showing you your previous period's PVZ levels on so it's showing you where value has shifted. They can be very useful for profit targets to understand where we should be going. So like on the ES chart, let me make this full screen and then turn off drawings. So what this is representing, wise, is this is just a extension of this period here. So we know that this is what our value high was in period 1 of the day. This is where our POC was at period 1, and this is where our value low was at period 1. What we've seen is that in period 2 here, our value low has shifted from down here to up here, right? So our value from buy side has shifted, and buyers are currently moving the market up. What we've seen from sellers is that value is also shifted as well, right? We have expanded. This was our value high where sellers were before in our first period. We're now there again. So as we're trading into this, we're watching this as our first PT, which is why it's our red box here. So I'd use it by, do you see how this red box is POC to value high from our first period? So I'm looking to take profit into this area until I see a look above and the ability to support this area. If we do, then I'm looking for value high here and a PVZ value high above as my next targets, if we can build above. But I use it as basically a zone. And I will mark it when we look below it and we dip in, this is where I want to be taking profit. Oh shit. This is the wrong chart. There we go. Does that make sense wise? So I'm basically just carrying over our value shift, and I'm not looking for more until I see this area become supportive from above, and then we target value high on the daily. Yeah, and POC did stay literally the same, right? But what's shifted here? Actually, really nothing has shifted. This was sell side POC here, right? And then when we pushed above, it became our buy side support. And now we're just trading ticks around it, rotating. Now it's just two-sided trading. But if we can make it supportive, right, then we look up. But I just use that as usually my zone where I'm looking. And that what I just explained to you is written in the write-up for PVZ itself. So definitely worth checking out if you haven't. Here, let me review this of why I think this looks much better than before for NQ, just while we're here. So that you guys can have a similar idea. So this yellow line here represents our POC per candle. So this is where the most volume has been traded per candle. So this is a candle, right? This thing. These are our deltas for that said candle, this area right here. And then this yellow bar is our POC per candle. What do we see on the downtrend? Well, first of all, we see that there's absorption here, and these buyers are being absorbed into the highs, and then we see POC lowering, right? And what are we doing? Well, we're retesting this POC from the previous candle and meeting a seller. And we're still seeing that lowering POC as we're trending down, right? So lowering POC, lowering POC, lowering POC. What do we see here at this base? What did we see? God, what did we see from buyers up here getting stuffed at the highs? Well, we're seeing the same thing into this low, right? At this, these sellers need to see, we need to see acceleration below this and the ability for sell side to really offer this for a continuation down. What we didn't see is that happen. What we saw is basically sell side getting exhausted and now being kind of stuck down here into the lows. And we see what? POC starting to shift. Now we're looking at a POC moving up, just like we were looking at it going down. And where are we bidding on the next 15-minute candle when we come back into it? Well, we're holding the POC from the previous candle on every attempt. So now all of a sudden, instead of a downtrend, we have a buying trend. Yes? And that's why it's like, oh, okay, there's actually potential here because we're now seeing POC shift up and us holding POC and our previous deltas from the candle before. And so this now becomes really interesting to me because we now have a clear buyer who's now willing to step up at a higher price, just like we had a clear seller who was willing to step in at a lower price and pushing us down. And this is how I use this 15-minute chart. Literally, this is it. And then we just look to see where this absorption took place last time, and we trade up into that. And then we watch for rebids into the next 15-minute candle, which is why I'm always letting you know when the next 15-minute candle is happening, because I'm watching these areas for an interaction to see if bids can still hold. This is on Tradeovate. It's just a footprint chart on Tradeovate. Well, now that you know what to look for, it'll be helpful because I do talk about it quite a bit throughout the day. Sauce is just the only one that acknowledges it. But now that you all have an understanding of what I'm looking for, that might be helpful. Yeah, I got you. So again, like, I don't know what I need to explain if you guys don't tell me that you're confused. You know, so these are good questions. I can't read your mind. I don't know if you knew that. How do you add that on Tradeovate? You change your chart type to bid ask volume instead of candlesticks. Like this. So change it to bid ask volume and then go to indicators, explore community indicators at the bottom here. So you click explore that, explore community indicators. And then once you're in there, you go to module templates. From module templates, click better delta footprint 15-minute and click install. And then put that template on. Yeah, like Sauce is in my DMs and we're talking it out, right? Like if you don't know something, like you gotta ask. That's the only way you're gonna learn, right? Yeah, if you don't have indicators on, definitely activate that in your settings. And just to like clarify, like I don't use footprint the same way that Mario uses footprint. So like we will say different things. But like the way that I'm using these 50 minutes is just he's looking at a much more granular look on the 5000 tick ES chart. Whereas I'm looking for more larger structure shifts because I can read that personally. I think there's no like hate there, right? But like for me, like it's much more actionable in the setup that I've found like this, rather than trying to like read the flow on a 5000 tick chart. It just isn't very helpful for me personally. I like having it on a higher time frame just to like understand when these shifts occur so I can be on the right side of the trade. But both definitely have use cases. Well, this is now just my 15-minute chart for just trading and watching how price reacted around levels, literally. I won't talk to you guys about something until I back tested it and forward tested it myself. And then once I feel like I've figured out a strategy, then I'll apply it and start mentioning it in chat. That goes for everything. Just a ton of back and forward testing until I figure out a strategy that goes around it. How to use it, how to develop an edge. There's no like trick, right? You just have to do. The software is Tradovate. Tradovate. But most futures platforms have a footprint chart. I know absolutely nothing about NinjaTrader. Tom is your NinjaTrader guy, not me. How do you know you're not shooting in the dark coming up with a new strategy? I don't until I forward and back test it. But if I start to feel like I've seen a pattern happen over and over again, like that's something that just you get from looking at a chart a lot, right? And once you start seeing those interactions happening, you start developing like a pattern recognition. And something I think I'm probably better than most people at is pattern recognition. And I don't know if that's just from like the art background I have or in just like analyzing and like the gaming background, but that's something that I find that I excel at. And so I take advantage of that by just being like, oh, okay, there might be something here. That's how I came up with PVZ as well. It's like, just like, oh, there seems to be something here. And then we go and back test it and see if there's anything actually there that's real. And then we go and forward test it for, a month or two before we bring it to you guys. And if there is, like, awesome, right? But sometimes it doesn't work out, and that's fine. Part of the process. Yeah, and science, right? Like that's just the scientific method. All right, I got to start paying attention because we've everything's going according to plan, right? We're coming up into our value high here. We got our hold of our previous value on ES at our 43s in our POC, just like we talked about on the push up from the hold of our 38s. Now pushing up into our value high. Same thing with NQ with our structural shift, where we saw buyers starting to step in at higher prices. We now have 25s holding us supportive and pushing up into our value high. This is our first PT on NQ into our value high. Next up at 40. We have 7 minutes left until the new 15s, and we are back to our sell side absorption here up at the highs. So what do we need to do here? We need to push through this guy here, where we saw our buyer getting stuffed up before, right? This is just right back to our offer, which is why it is our PT. Yes, we do. And does that have any sort of confluence with where Apple is currently? Well, Apple is coming back up into our offer as well from our hold of our 15s. So if we go to just our standard Apple chart off of our PVZ here, what do we see? Well, this is the potential shift from our downtrend, right? But what are we at? We're at our offer. We need to be able to push through this. If we can now build at our AVWAP here from our hold, right? We have a potential shift of our trend. No longer our resistance, but now supportive. Got hold of our Russell PZ at 81s. See if we can get a push here. Make 81.7 supportive. Break out of this 30-second opening range as supportive. Right. Look over this 83 is really all we need to see. This has been such a solid resistance. Oof. See if we can hold value high here on NQ on any sort of dip in for that push up into our 40s. Retesting value here on NQ. ES rejected our 4750 to a T. See our Apple reaction up into these highs. a minute and 30 seconds until new 15s. We really just want to see buy side really kind of hold this 25 as we push back in. It's where our buyer is on this last 15-minute candle. This 20 to 25 area is like really important for us to hold on any sort of dip. One minute until new 15s. Testing our 25 now. 10 seconds left. Apple so far rejecting our previous offer, and ES coming down into POC here. Let's see if a bid steps in. Sorry about that. I had AFK for a second. Full node retrace off of a failure there on Apple. Back down to our 38s. All right, let's see what happens here. I'm not sure, Dubs. I think that there's potential here at this 504, 510. This is what I would be looking for as our bid. Watching Russell here into our 78.6. Clearly a seller here, so just like be careful until we see the higher low. I think the dip into 500s is really all we're watching for. A lot more aggressive than I originally thought, so you want to be very careful when you see something like this to not be on the wrong side. See if we get this bid at 500s and get back over 504s if we're going to get anything more. Yeah, they were. Balance is balance. Great job, Barum. This is our value low into 91s. Very interested here if NQ can find a basing for a push up to 504. Now we need to watch our push into 38s. Be very careful with your sizing here. This can now be a strong resistance if we're not going to push. Same thing for NQ into our 500, 504. See if 91s will hold. Five oh four going bid, pushing up, just full balance again, just rotation. Watching for Apple to maintain. This is your first PT into 504, 510. You are playing off 91s. Sorry about that, guys. I had to step away for a second to look at my door. And then we went right through my pivot. But I'm glad we hit the bottom of our ranges. Actually, let me keep that. Apple coming back up to our offer here. See if we can get a look above. This is your first target on ES into our POC. 42. See if NQ can get back up to this 2025 offer. Second risk off, of course, will be into this 20 where we see that large liquidity present. And that's like just a liquidity grab, right? Into our 91s, what we were looking for an hour and a half ago. I'd like to see ES be able to hold value on this retest on this dip below. What we're looking for here is the ability from POC to now bid this and then step up for longs. That's what you want to see happen into this value retest. What we're looking for in NQ is for the same thing, really. It's the ability to hold POC as supportive here into this 500, 510. That'd be your ideal bid to kind of push off of. Same thing with the Russell here, with us holding value. Russell by far the weakest, right? But if we can get this bid, it would be nice. But really watching just, is Apple still holding the highs? The answer is yes. And are we within value? Watching this recovery of value, as long as these are maintaining and bids are stepping in off of that, like the long narrative is still fine for rotations. But we just need to see if Apple can break, and if NQ can now hold POC as supportive, and if ES can hold value low as supportive. Definitely a slowdown after the large sell down, and then the pop back up off of our liquidity. Now we're just right back into the middle of the range again, right? This is that POC two-sided trading. So we need to see excitement relatively soon if we're going to pop back over 2025. Again, really keeping an eye on Apple. Yeah, that reverse position button is so clutch, man. Sometimes it just it does the job instead of having to manage it. It can be really good if you're watching on like the DOM of a level that you wanted to go bid, and then you see the dip below and then the offer moving down into it. Instead of like having to manually close your position and then reopen a short, it'll just flop it. The problem sometimes with the reverse button is that your fills are going to be god awful if we don't get a lot of acceleration. So it can be hard to make money because it's going to fill you at like the worst possible location. So you need speed afterwards, or like you're probably just going to run into a break even or like a small loss if it chops. Yeah. But it can be really clutch if we do get that strong reversion down. What is this? I like the art style a lot. This looks clean. Is it the same people who did Castlevania? Yeah, it looks very similar. Let me look at see what studio this is. Oh, it's directed by Kenji. This is gonna be good. It has a lot of potential to be good. He did a lot of work on like Ghost in the Shell, Akira. What else did he work on? Jinro. That is a really an awesome movie. He's got like a lot of like classic 90s What's the company though? Sola? I don't know if I know anything by Sola. Oh, they did Tower of God and God of High School and Ninja Kamui. Sola. Yeah, this is potential. Kenji directing with the artist, the animation studio that did Tower of God, God of High School, and Ninja Kamui. Not bad. It really does look like the Castlevania style, to be honest. Yeah, well, it's coming into our 504s now. We'll see. Apple's no break is really what we're looking at. Looks like another rotation. New 15's just opened. Watching our NQ offer here into POC. We need to get over 10s for a move up to 20 if it's going to happen. Off of the hold of 504s. If 10s holds his offer and we look below 504, probably a full pushback down into our value low for this node. It's like either we hold this LVN here. Let me actually turn this down. I don't know, 8. So it's easier to see. Just watching this LVN, our auction pivot. Like either we are able to build here on this look in and then build above, or tens is going to hold offer. We're going to look back in below 504, and then we'll start rotating this node. That would be my general look here. Oh. Again, like Apple's still just maintaining. So this is just looks like kind of like a random walk in our value until we figure out if Apple can break. We have a statement in 12 minutes, right? 2. It's 148. So don't expect anything great. Expect 90% of our short-term levels to have zero meaning as soon as FOMC statement comes out, by the way. Expect all of our intraday levels to have zero meaning when statement comes out. Hello, Tatum. $504 held, pushing up into our 20s, no change, range is persisting. News drops in 6.5 minutes. Surf, check out how good of a deal this is. What the hell? All 8 books for $100. Full size. Yeah, it's called watching the Amazon Prime show. Huh. As opposed to full size, I mean, maybe someone's made the cliff notes, but you could just watch the show. Show does an okay job. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, well, like usually on like paperback, you don't get like you get like I don't know, like a 5-inch book, but these are massive. These are big.
I'm just trying to be funny.
Yeah, I know, I got you. Come on now. All right, news 3 minutes. 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Into our 20s here in Q. Not working? What's not working? I'm not sure. I would doubt it's working if we haven't heard it today.
Imagine punching someone with a
And Treasury yields edging lower with investors looking to two crucial tests for the markets this week: the consumer price index.
Yeah. Say goodbye to all liquidity. We're gonna go up and down. Both, most likely. This is where Apex announces a 95% off sale because everyone nukes their accounts trying to gamba. There's your big candle downside.
As expected. So the Fed note that there has been modest further progress towards the 2% inflation objective versus the lack of progress that was cited in the May 1st statement. The Fed does not expect that it will be appropriate to reduce the policy target range until gaining greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably towards the 2% target. They're seeing some weakness in the S&P and some strength in the dollar here. So the median view of the Fed funds rate at the end of this year seen at 5.1%. Previously, they saw 4.6%. And Fed officials' median view of the Fed funds rate in the longer run at 2.8%, which is up from the previous 2.6%.
Okay. See if we can get back over.
Have posted the full dot plot on the feed for anyone interested. Fed notes that inflation has eased over
Want to
the
see this
last
500,
over the
504
past year,
become supportive
but remains
again. We're going to get
elevated.
more or expect the offer to kind of maintain there
Fed
just as
says that
before.
risks to achieving the policy goals have moved into better balance. The economy continues to expand at a solid pace and job gains remain strong. Unemployment rate remains low.
Held our overnight high on NQ. It's a good first sign that we want to maintain, but we need to see if that'll
So
stick.
the Fed projections imply 25 basis point rate cuts imply 125 basis point rate cut this year from the current level, another 100 basis points seen next year, however. A Fed vote in favor of this policy decision was unanimous. The Fed will continue to reduce holdings of Treasury and security and MBS as well. Fed projections show that 4 of 19 officials saw no rate cuts this year. 7 saw 1 cut and 8 saw 2 cuts. Again, the median seeing just 1. Fed says there has been, again, modest further progress towards a 2% inflation objective versus the lack of progress that was cited in the previous statement.
Things look okay so far. We are holding about the halfway back of our candle. I want to see us push above, but bid stepping in is a good sign. Back up to our value high on NQ off of a look into our overnight low. See if we can get over. You see what I mean, Dubs, by our levels kind of invalidating in the shorter term? Just no liquidity. Yes. This looks good so far. Let's see if the bid can maintain. See if ETH high can now hold on ES. Yeah, imagine. That's all you should be doing is imagining. Back down to our value low off of a test of our value high on NQ.
So the dollar index pairing losses following the Fed meeting statement and rate projections. Gold pairing gains as well. Treasuries holding gains.
So far, solid hold off of our value low, but liquidity is still really slight. If you're looking to trade this, you're looking to trade just your value edges, if
So in
anything,
the
until liquidity
S&P as
comes
well,
back
Fed
in.
policymakers see
Everything
the end of
else is
2024
nothing.
PCE inflation at 2.6%, which is up from the 2.4%
I
that
highly
was seen in the
recommend you
March
just
projections.
don't touch
Core
this
reads seen at
until we see
2.8%, again up from that
liquidity come back in.
2.6% seen previously.
The way I look at it is, why trade the morning if you're willing to give up all your profits trading this? What was the point of your morning if you're willing to just give all this up? All the money you've made off of a single candle.
So Fed policymakers see a 2.1% GDP growth this year as well. Unemployment they see at 4%. They're both unchanged from the March report.
This 80 level, we're trying to see if the seller will go off sides here or if they can push below and hold on NQ. Like the only deltas that I can really see to play off of. If not, then coming back down into like 35s makes a lot of sense for NQ. So again, just watching this 80.
Okay, so just to
If
recap,
bids can
some of those
continue to
comments from
maintain
the
at 80s,
HCP,
things don't look
so again,
terrible.
Rate remained unchanged at 5.5% as expected, range in the 4.25 to 4.5%. Sorry, 5.25 to 5.5% range, again remaining unchanged. So in terms of inflation, they did make upward revisions to their PCE expectations for this year and next year. GDP and unemployment rate remaining unchanged, but they did also increase the median view of the Fed funds rate. So again, they upped that to 5.1% from 4.6%. So again, the breakdown shows that 4 of 19 officials saw no rate cut this year. 7 saw just 1 cut, while 8 saw 2 cuts.
Your current auction right now is between 500 and 80 on NQ. ES still holding our 30-second opening range and our 3850 as resistance, which was just our previous buying support. Not a ton there for ES. NQ is, to me, a bit more obvious. Pushing into our 500s now. Need to be able to recover this 500, 510 area for anything upside wise and see the bid step in, or this is just going to be where our buyers were previously and now where our seller is currently, right? So that is the current range where you're taking profit if you are trying to attempt this. I said, again, any looks below 80 and an aggressive hold is going to result most likely in a push down into that 30-35 area, I would assume, on NQ. Of course, first target will always be the wick low of our FOMC candle into 50s, but if that doesn't hold, right, we're just going right down into that 30-35. Liquidity still not coming in yet, so just chill. Remember, we have JPOW 20 in 24 minutes, or 23 minutes, who will talk about what just happened. And then we get another wave of volatility. You see how they're trying to hold the offer below 80s now? They're attempting. If they can't get this aggressive push down, though, then it's just going to continue to chop on any look above. New PVZ. Actually, no, it's the same one as before. Sorry. Again, from the failure at 80s, pushing back up into our resistance here, 500, 510. Value retest here on NQ. Pulling down a bit, but liquidity not coming back in yet. Just a bit more on NQ, but not a ton. Still pretty thin. Three minutes until new 15s. Ideally, you see 32s hold on ES for continuation up for a push into 38s. You want to see that bid kind of maintain 32. Same thing for our 80s on NQ. Big shift down on Apple here. Sellers desperately want us under 80s, and buyers desperately want us over 25s. Those are our two levels that really just like grinding right now. Offers attempting to move down from 95s back in. Again, we've got JPOW in 15 minutes. If you are playing off of 80s, this is your first risk off into 10s. Again, above this, we look for that 25. For ES, this is your first as well at 38s. 25 points or $25?
So 10 minutes of time now at the bottom of the hour. See the release of the subsequent press conference with Fed's Chair
Okay.
Powell. Live video is available on the feed for anyone interested, starting in just under 10 minutes time now.
Super worth the risk. $25. Huge. Yeah, man. Back down to our 10s here. First PT from our 80s off of a rejection of our 2025 on NQ. No real change here. Just waiting. It's fine to be in a runner, but other than that, the range is the range. You can pull out the phone, Dubs. Oh, my dog is actually eating her food. Thank God. She like protests every time I go to a new location. Refuses to eat unless I put treats in her food. It's so annoying. Actual princess. Yeah, she knows the deal. It sucks. But she's eating it without him right now. She's finally hit her limit. Did you miss anything? Yeah, just a bit. Rate decision came out at 2. We've now been in this market for 23 minutes. Powell talks in 6 minutes. And then we expect another wave of volatility, Kels. We came into overnight low on NQ, immediately found bid, and then found a local pivot at 80s. Sellers failed to push us below 80s. Bid stepped up, and we moved back up to our 2025 on NQ. Now just ranging while we wait for Powell. Expect liquidity to drain again when Powell steps in. Ooh. Looking good. I'm gonna make some rice tonight. Rice sounds good. I stopped. I had to start like really paying attention, so I muted it.
It's been 5 minutes time now at the bottom of
What was
the
he
hour.
doing?
See the FOMC press conference beginning with Chair Powell. Live video is available on the feed for anyone interested.
Oh yeah. I agree with him though. They don't take him seriously. They think of him as just like a YouTuber. Which like I totally understand because that's what he's a YouTuber before a chess player for sure. But he's still good. Levy is not GM. Maybe in like a year or two. I could see him being GM. That's why he's doing this tournament. He's trying to take it way more seriously. Yes, yeah, he has been. But I think like the Tyler 1 stuff actually that I can definitely grind a bit harder, you know? Which is true. T1 was a 150 rated player a year ago and is now catching up to him as an IM. Like what? Pushing up into our resistance here again off of a hold of our 204s. 20 seller just needs to get the hell out of the way, man. 2.5 minutes until JPow starts talking. So definitely size down, yeah. Or don't be sized at all. You want to leave a runner and you're in from 80s, okay, go for it. Break even stop. I'd move your stop up a bit more than break even because when liquidity steps away, you're not getting filled at 80s. Promise you that. Remember what happened when I traded when I had my stop 60 points up on NQ and I got filled 60 points lower on the Nvidia earnings. Just always keep that in mind. When liquidity drains, your stop means nothing. It's first come, first serve. And if there's nothing there to serve you, you get filled where you get filled. Pushing into our value high on NQ. They're taking advantage of the liquidity, the lack of liquidity here to push us up into JPow. A minute left until JPow gets on. Coming back up to the top of our range just in time.
Shortly expecting the start of the FOMC press conference.
Retesting our highs. The next show to drop of the commercial real estate loans. Interesting. Oh, the next shoe. Okay. Like what? Show. What color tie does JPow have on today, guys? Is it bullish? Bullish tie? What are we thinking? Polka dot tie? Is that bullish or bearish?
Fed's Chair Powell taking the podium now at the presser.
Purple tie. What does it mean?
My colleagues and I
Powell
remain
notes that the economy has made
squarely focused on
considerable
achieving our
progress.
dual mandate goals of maximum employment and
Says
stable
continued
prices for the
strong
benefit
jobs
of the
gains in
American
the
people.
economy.
Our economy has made considerable progress toward both goals over the past 2 years. The labor market
Powell
has
adds
come into
inflation
better
still too
balance,
high.
with continued strong job gains and a low unemployment rate. Inflation has eased substantially from a
I just
peak of
took some
7%
profit into
to
37,
7%.
testing our most recent high.
Too high. We are strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% goal in
See if we can get
support of
over.
an economy that benefits everyone. Today, the FOMC decided to leave our policy interest rate unchanged and to continue to reduce our securities holdings. We are maintaining our restrictive stance of monetary policy in order to keep demand in line with supply and reduce inflationary pressures. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand.
Yeah, let's see if we get the full retrace.
Although GDP growth moderated from 3.4% in the fourth quarter of last year to 1.3% in the first quarter, private domestic final purchases,
Back to our 504 here,
inventory investment,
middle of our range.
spending, and net exports, and usually sends a clearer signal on
Fed's Powell
underlying
says
demand.
consumer spending
Grew
remains
at
solid.
2.8% in the first quarter, nearly as strong as the second half of 2023.
We just ate through that.
Consumer
Holy,
spending has
that
slowed
10.
from last year's robust pace, but remains solid. And investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from the
Jesus
anemic
Christ.
pace last year. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In our summary of
Fed's
economic
Powell says the
projections,
Fed
committee
generally
participants
expects
generally
GDP to
expect
slow
GDP
from last
growth
year's
to
pace.
slow from last year's pace.
Good hold of our 35s on ES, back up to the highs.
And 2.0% over the next 2
Into our
years.
20 liquidity again on NQ.
In the
Need to be
labor
able to look
market, it's
above.
coming into better balance.
Have come into better balance. Payroll job gains averaged 218,000 jobs per month in April and May, a pace that is still strong, but a bit below that seen in the first quarter. The unemployment rate ticked up, but remains low at 4%. Strong job creation over the past couple of years has been accompanied by an increase in the supply of workers, reflecting increases in participation among individuals aged 25 to 54 years and a continued strong pace of immigration. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market have returned
Fed's Powell
to
says
about
we
where they
expect labor
stood
market strength
on
to
the eve of the
continue.
pandemic, relatively tight but not overheated. FOMC participants expect labor market strength to continue. The median unemployment rate projection in the SEP is 4.0% at the end of this year and 4.2% at the end of next year. Inflation has eased notably over the past 2 years, but remains above our longer-run goal of 2%. Total PCE prices rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in April.
Yeah,
Excluding the volatile
it's interesting.
energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.8%. The Consumer Price Index, which came out this morning, and
I get stopped out under 93.
PCE price index,
As long as this is maintaining though, like I'll hold.
ending in May, and the core
Fed's Powell says that
CPI
more
rose
recent
3.4%.
readings on inflation have shown easing.
The inflation data received earlier this year were higher than expected, though more recent monthly readings have eased somewhat. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households and businesses and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.6% this year, 2.3% next year, and 2.0% in 2026.
Holding POC as resistance right now on NQ at 10s.
High inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials.
See if bid can maintain here.
Transportation. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. In support of these goals, the committee decided at today's meeting to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 5.25% to 5.5% and to continue reducing our securities holdings. As labor market tightness has eased and inflation has declined over the past year, the risks to achieving our employment and
Fed's power
inflation
says
goals
risks
have
to
moved
achieving the
toward
dual
I got
mandate
tagged
are
out
in
there.
better balance.
the economic outlook is uncertain, however, and we remain highly attentive to inflation risks. We've stated that we do not expect it will be appropriate to reduce the target range for the federal funds
Fed's
rate.
power says
Coming
so
back
far
down
this
into our
year,
80.
we have got greater confidence on inflation. So again, Fed's power so far this year, we have got greater confidence on inflation in order to cut.
The most recent inflation readings have been more favorable than earlier in the year, however, and there has been modest further
Powell
progress
says we will
toward
need to
our
see more
inflation
good data
objective.
to bolster our confidence on
We need to
inflation.
see more good data to bolster our
This dude's from the
confidence that
future.
inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. We know that reducing policy restraint too soon or too much could result in a reversal of the progress that we've seen on inflation. At the same time, reducing policy restraint too late or too little could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering any adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SCP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate, based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves...
Huge reaction off of 80s, pushing back up into our 10 offer. No
Powell
change.
notes that the summary of economic projections are
It's
not
like
a
our
plan of
levels
any
have
kind of
meaning.
decision.
Crazy.
2025 and 3.1% at the end of 2026. But these projections are not a committee plan or any kind of a decision. As the economy evolves, assessments of the appropriate policy path will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals.
Fed's power says if the economy remains solid and inflation persists, we're prepared to maintain where it is as long as appropriate.
If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly, or if inflation were to fall more quickly than
The opposite is also true in terms of rate cuts.
Policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. We'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting, based on the totality of the data and its implications for the outlook and the balance of risks. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Restoring price stability is essential to achieving maximum employment and stable prices over the long run. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Oh boy, here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Steve Leisman, CNBC. Just wondering if you could walk...
Just wondering what you had for
The
breakfast.
Fed's power taking questions at the presser now.
Core PCE is now forecast to be 2.8% by the year end.
Do you put cheese on your
It's
Eggos?
already 2.75, and after today's number, there were several forecasts on the street that it would be 2.6 at the end of this month. Does that tell you that the average official expects no further progress in inflation, and in fact that it's going to get worse? And if you have this wrong, doesn't it mean that you sort of you could have wrong the
Ooh, that looks good, Cass.
Yeah, so what's going on there is that we had very low readings in the second half.
Back up to our sell side liquidity here into our 32. Top of range on NQ.
A very low reading drops out and a new reading comes in.
Simple as good.
Is added to the 12-month window. So
80s to our
Fed's power
30s here,
says we are
guys.
practicing
Need to see a
slight
breach and
element of
hold over our IB
conservatism
high
on
at
our inflation
44s.
outlook.
No change.
you know, income.
So you could have a look over our IB high here.
Core PCE numbers were
44s.
you know,
You're full range.
great numbers, and if you put that on top of
Only being a runner
you
at this
get a
point.
very slight
And
increase
we don't
in
have
the
high
12-month,
confidence in
in the
forecasts.
12-month, you know, reading. Now, do we have high confidence that that's right? No, it's just a kind of conservative way for forecasting things. If we were to get more readings like today's reading, then of course that wouldn't be the case. So it's just a forecasting device. I think. Let me say that we welcome today's reading and hope for more like that.
But if it comes in, just to follow up, it comes in the way you forecast it, it would seem strange for you to be cutting rates at all in context of a rising core PCE. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think what we said is that we don't think it'll be appropriate to reduce rates and begin to loosen policy until we have more confidence that inflation is moving back down to 2% on a sustainable basis.
Fed's power says the test for cutting rates is more confidence that inflation is moving towards 2%.
I don't know that this rules that in or out. I mean, really, it's a forecast, a fairly conservative forecast, month by month, that would lead to slightly higher.
And Fed's power again says we have a fairly conservative forecast on inflation. If we're getting better readings, I think we'll see the forecast come down.
Then you will see that come down or remain the same. If you're at 2.6, 2.7, you know, that's a really good place to be.
Nick Tamaros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, if I look at the rate projections, I see 15 of the 19 that are anticipating either one or two cuts this year, fairly evenly split between the two. And so I wonder if you could explain a little bit more the nuances or the differences there. Would 2 or 3 more inflation readings, like the one that we saw this morning, make a September interest rate cut possible?
So as far as the SEP part of that is concerned, as you know, I talk to all of the other participants on the FOMC every cycle, and we talk about their summer of economic projections and the their dot plot and everything. And what I hear and see is that people are looking at a range of plausible outcomes, and in many cases they're thinking, I can't really distinguish between two of these. They're so close for me. These are very close calls. But we ask them to write down the most likely one, so they do. And I think as you've said, there's 15 of the 19 are kind of clustered around 1 or 2. So I think I would look at all. I look at all of them as plausible, but I'd look at
Are those Apple butterflies at max profit for the day?
I'm
not sure. Not in it.
No one brings to this or takes away from it, that is on the committee, a really strong commitment to a particular rate path. It's actually just their forecast, and it's a combination of their forecast and their own reaction function. But again, everyone would say that this is very data dependent, and I don't hold it with high confidence. And I think if you're looking for and don't really think that
Fed's power says policymakers are not trying to send a strong signal with forecasts.
It's just what they think.
Middle of our range here, 504, 510.
Data. In terms of
If bid can hold, or if we need to push back down into the lows.
We don't make decisions about future meetings until we get there. I think in terms of
Russell new low, something to keep an eye on.
We want to.
Russell wants to lead down. It wants to lead down.
More good inflation readings will help with that.
Just watch for our reaction into our ADR low and previous month value high. We want to see bids really step in at any dip into this, I think. If we do go for that low off of a failure here from previous buyers, if these guys are now offsides.
We reached an appropriate level of confidence that inflation is moving down sustainably to 2%, or alternatively,
Powell repeats that an unexpected weakness in the labor market could also call for a response.
Which is another
testing now.
Could happen, but again, we don't see that, and we see today's report.
All liquidity just came out of NQ.
As, building confidence.
Holy, this guy is still showing his hand at 500 on NQ. Just keep that in mind. It's the only liquidity left on the DOM right now.
And if I could quickly follow up, did you
and it was just taken.
Your interest rate projections after 8:30 or whenever you got the inflation numbers?
Back down into our 80s, immediate bid. Same with our Russell into our pivot, immediate bid.
Data came, I think it happened a few meetings ago. So when that happens, when there's an important data print during the meeting, first day or second.
Our range is ranging, guys. Holy.
Make sure people
New 15s opening now.
To update, we tell them how to do that, and some people.
Fed's power says FOMC participants were allowed to update their SEPs to incorporate the CPI data today if they wanted to. Most policymakers, however, don't update their forecasts.
We got today, to the extent you can, reflect it in one day. I think we'll you know, you will see PPI.
We have this guy offside at 500s now, so any dip, if 80s holds, you have to take your first profit into 500s with this guy who's offsides now.
Translation to
Just keep that in mind.
we did have this
Trading between this guy at 75.80 and this guy at 500s currently on NQ.
changes. And as I said, you know, some people generally do, but most people generally don't.
Actually moving this pivot from 504 to 500 now. Just after seeing that.
You noted the labor market is now in many ways back to where it was before the pandemic. I wondered if you could comment on how officials are viewing that. So do you think that there still needs to be more cooling in the labor market to bring inflation all the way down to 2%? Or is there any sense that maybe the labor market is more vulnerable now to higher rates now that many of those imbalances have eased?
Sure. So by so many measures, the labor market was kind of overheated 2 years ago, and we've seen it gradually move back into much better balance between supply and demand. So what have we seen? We've seen labor force supply.
Start look into our 500, 510. Again, good first risk off.
Participation. That's ongoing.
Leave a runner at the low, understanding that 80 is your edge.
We've had some increases in prime age labor force. In terms of on the demand side, you know, we've seen quits moving down. We've seen job openings moving down. We've seen wage increases moving from very, very high levels a couple of years ago back down to more sustainable levels. We have seen unemployment creep up now 0.6 over the course of a year or so, very, very gradually. So you put all that together, what you have is still low unemployment, still 4% unemployment, historically low. But it's moved up a little bit.
And moving to the UK now, Labour Party leader Starmer says we're not looking at bringing in wealth taxes.
You have payroll jobs still coming in strong, even though there's an argument that they may be a bit overstated, but still they're strong. So that's what we see. We watch the labor market, of course, and the economy as a whole, but the labor market very carefully, and that's what we see. We see gradual cooling, gradual moving toward better balance. We're monitoring it carefully for signs of something more than that, but we really don't see that.
As a quick follow-up, the surveys that make up the jobs report
tagged into 510s, immediately sold.
Divergence, especially
Tagged into 80s, immediately bought, right?
Friday. So
The range is ranging.
that and
The Fed's power note says an argument that job gains may be a bit overstated, but they are still strong. Said unemployment moved up a bit, and that's an important statistic.
And try to understand, and that's why it always makes sense to look at a series, you know, in 3, 6, and 12 months of things rather than just one report. But you're right to point to the last report where there were job losses in the household survey, job gains, big job gains in the establishment survey. So, I mean, we're left with ambiguous results, and we have to deal with that uncertainty around data. Nonetheless, the overall picture is one of a strong and gradually cooling, gradually rebalancing labor market. Job openings, while they've come way down, are still, you know, greater than the number of unemployed people. The jobs workers gap is still a significantly positive number, greater than it was before the pandemic. So overall, we're looking at what is still a very
We just did the full Russell move off of this low.
superheated labor market.
Need to get the above this pivot here at 71.2 for anything more.
Superheated
But that'll be that.
of a few years ago.
Neil Irwin with Axios. Back on the rates path, the SEP showed quite a large shift of rate cut expectations relative to March. That's a period in which the economic data flow hasn't been that dramatic a shift. Can you provide some color on what changed in attitudes on the committee over the last 3 months to see a much shallower path of rate cuts this year?
Yeah, the big thing that changed was the inflation forecast. So the inflation forecast moved up several tenths for the end of the year. And as I mentioned earlier in the what did we take away from this? We had really, really good inflation data in the second half of last year, then kind of a pause in progress in the first quarter. And what we took away from that was that it's probably going to take longer to get the confidence that we need to begin to loosen policy. So the sense of that is that rate cuts that might have taken place this year, take place next year. You know, there are fewer rate cuts in the median.
Jesus, this volatility, man.
So if you look at year-end 2025 and 26, you're almost exactly where you would have been. Just it's moved later.
I'm out one here again from 80s into 500.
Different data today. So we'll have to see where the data light the way. You know, we're at, the economy has, you know, repeatedly surprised forecasters in both directions. And
Powell says today was a
certainly
better inflation report than
report
anyone
almost anybody
expected.
And we'll just have to see what the incoming data flow brings and how
Powell
that
says
affects
still
the
have to
outlook
see
for
what
policy
today's
risks.
data means for the balance of risks.
Gina.
Gina Smiley, New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. In the summary of economic projections, the long-run interest rate forecast moved up a bit. I wonder if we should read that as a sign that you think that policy is not sort of as restrictive as we previously expected. You know, how should we interpret what that means about how the committee views its current policy setting?
So two things about that. One is this. You're right, it did move up. But I want to remember to point out,
If buyers are serious off of this 80 low again, we want to see 95,500 hold on bid.
really is a theoretical concept. Can't be
Any of these
directly
dips in
observed.
here should be
What it
bought
is
or will continue to trade in the same range.
economy at
You need to see the
equilibrium
higher
with
low.
employment and price stability, potentially years in the future where there's
Russell,
no
top of our
shocks.
range again.
So it's a little bit. It's not something we observe today. Today we've got a very specific economy with all kinds of shocks we're still getting over from the pandemic. So it's I don't think that the concept of our starting
Liquidity taken into 95s.
and what we do, but honestly, it doesn't really get you where you need to be to think about what appropriate policy is in the near term. But back to your original question, people have been gradually writing it up because I just think people are coming to the view that rates aren't going to.
Powell says people are coming to the view that rates are less likely to go down to pre-pandemic levels.
Very low by
And back to 80.
measures. Now, we can't really know that. That's an interesting dispute and discussion to have now, but ultimately we think that things like the neutral rate are driven by longer run, slow-moving forces, and you know, there's a really good question about whether those really have changed or whether instead rates and the economy
Really keeping it on this 15-minute structure with us holding.
ultimately temporary shock.
Let me go to NQ on the 15.
And we can't know. But in the meantime, we're making policy with the economy that we have, with the distortions that we have. And I also... to your
Powell
other
says
point, I
policy
think
is restrictive.
It is the case that as time has gone by, the question of how restrictive is policy has become one that everyone's asking, and we're asking it too. And, you know, my answer has been that policy is restrictive. The question of whether it's sufficiently
If
restrictive...
this buyer can hold 75.80 or if this will go offer.
I think for the reasons
When sellers actually are able to hold this at 80, you need to be very careful because we're probably, again, going fully down into 45.50. Just retesting the full low of our FOMC candle. So we'll see what happens here into our 80 and look above. Is that offer now? So far holding.
And acknowledging further progress on inflation.
Yes, into our opening range low at 26s, and Russell back down bottom of range.
Concluded that you weren't quite there yet?
I'd be reluctant to try to draw that conclusion. I think this is about, you know, looking at the incoming data and asking how much progress are we making on inflation and how is the rest of the economy doing? Is the labor market still strong? That's what we're thinking about.
You guys are asking the most bearish questions.
You can translate it into the language you're talking about, but to me the focus is more on we have a goal which is price stability, another goal which is maximum employment. How are we doing there? We think we've got a good, strong labor market still. We think we've been making progress toward.
Powell says policy stance is about right.
And then for a while there was a pause, and we look at today's thing and we think, well, that's a good reading, and we hope we get more like that. And you know, in the meantime, we're asking, is our policy stance about right? And we think yes, it's about right. We're prepared to adjust it as appropriate, but we think we're getting the things that we would want to get, broadly speaking. And that's why we've been at this policy right now for almost a year.
So just to follow up on that, I think one curious thing here is you've got now this restrictive policy in place.
Dollar index pairing
no
gains,
change in any of the
pairing
metrics
declines, sorry, as
for
Powell speaks.
all of this year. You've got growth that stays above long-run potential throughout.
But just keep in mind 5 minutes time now at the top gap. Expecting possible comments from ECB's Nagel and Villeroy as well.
Right, of 4.2. So this isn't a story of slack improving inflation. So where's the improvement in inflation coming from that it's going to pick up pace so much in 2025?
Well, it's been coming. Where's it been coming from? We'll start with that. Clearly, a lot of some of what we've been getting is just the reversal of the unwinding of the pandemic-related distortions to both supply and demand, and that is complemented by and amplified, supported by
Russell coming back up to the top of our range. It'll be a good first risk off if you are just playing off of these rotations.
on the labor side, and also you get a
Watching just as this is an oscillator.
supply conditions unwind and return to normal.
Same thing with NQ or ES. Opening range low to just the sell level right here. 35, 38.
Of inflation coming down,
500, 510, of course, on NQ.
Last year, and we'll see what the rest of this year brings. So these dynamics can continue as long as they continue. I mean, ultimately, the question is are you down to demand? And we don't know that, though. I mean, we're look at today's report. If we see more like that, we can't
Again,
know
510.
what the future holds. But in the meantime,
Risk off some here if you are.
focus on inflation
Leave a runner.
with our current stance.
Call it a day. Coming up into our ES pivot into 38s.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. The base case of the committee seems to be that there is going to be at least one rate cut this year, but your growth forecast doesn't see any slowdown in the rest of the year, nor does the unemployment forecast see any significant weakening of the labor market. And your inflation forecasts basically average out to no change. So if at the end of the year there is no change from conditions now, why would you anticipate cutting rates? What would be the point for a rate cut?
Well, we think policy is restrictive, and we think ultimately that if you just set policy at a restrictive level, eventually you will see real weakening in the economy. So that's always been the thought, is that since we raise rates,
We look for previous range highs to become supportive if we're going to break out, or this will just be excess and then a rotation back down. So holding 10s is really good for a move back up into our 30. Same thing for the Russell. As long as we can maintain above our range high, then we get a runner.
That's how we think of it, and that's
Next target, of course, 42s.
what we've been getting is good
Yes,
progress
if
on inflation
38's
with
supportive.
growth at a good level, and with a strong labor market. Now, ultimately, we think rates will have to come down to continue to support that, but so far they haven't had to, and that's why.
As Powell says, we are seeing what we wanted to see in the economy right now, getting good results here.
Wanted to see, which was gradual cooling in demand, gradual rebalancing in the labor market, while we're continuing to make progress on inflation. So, I mean, we're getting good results here.
Well, to follow up, is there any kind of concern for the housing industry or financial
Powell says the
stability
housing
banks
situation is
in leaving
complicated.
rates where they are for too long at this
True.
point?
On housing, the housing situation is a complicated one, and you can see that's a place where rates are really having a significant effect. I mean, ultimately, the best thing we can do for the housing market is to bring inflation down so that we can bring rates down so that the housing market can continue to normalize. There will still be a national housing shortage, as there was before the pandemic. There will still be one, but the distortions that we see now with lock-ins and things like that, low mortgages. In terms of banks, the banking system has been, solid, strong, well-capitalized, lending. We've seen good performance by the banks. We had the turmoil early last year, but banks have been focusing on bringing up their liquidity, bringing up their capital, and having a risk management plans in place. So the banking system, seems to be in good shape.
Thanks. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. I was wondering if we can, on inflation, if you can tell us a little more about where you see inflationary pressure in the economy. You mentioned labor markets coming into better balance, and inflation expectations appear to be well anchored. You're seeing, anecdotal stories of the large chains like Walmart and Target are announcing price cuts. McDonald's announcing a $5 meal deal. So, people may still be unhappy about prices at the grocery store, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of inflationary pressure left in this economy. I wonder if you could tell us more about
it. I think it's true that inflationary pressures have come down, but we're still getting high inflation readings. So, and I think you can see it in various places. In some parts of non-housing services, you see elevated inflation.
Man, I'm not looking for anything more. I'm just trading the
Inflationary
range.
pressures have come down, but we're still getting elevated inflation in non-housing services.
Have kind of fluctuated. There's been a surprising increase in import prices on goods, which is kind of hard to understand.
Also notice there's been a surprising increase in import prices on
We've
goods.
taken some signal from that, but you know, and of course, housing services, you're continuing to see high readings there. To some extent, that's you know, catch-up inflation from earlier pressures. But I mean, overall, you're right. Inflationary pressures have come down. As I mentioned, the labor market has come into better balance. Wages are still running, you know, I would say, above a sustainable path, which would be that of trend inflation and trend productivity. You're still seeing wage increases moving above that. We haven't thought of wages as being the principal, you know, cause of inflation, but at the same time, getting back to 2% inflation is likely to require return to a more sustainable level, which is somewhat below the current level of increases in the aggregate.
Rachel. Hi, Chair Powell, Rachel Siegel from the Washington Post. Thanks for taking our questions. There's obviously a lot of focus on how many cuts could be expected this year, but can you give us a sense of what one cut by the end of the year would actually do to the economy, what you think would be a meaningful difference if there was a cut by the end of the year, or even two?
I think if you look back in 5 or 10 years and try to pull out the significance to the U.S. economy of one 25 basis point rate cut, you'd have quite a job on your hands. So that's not how we look at it. You know, really the whole rate path matters.
We are coming back up into the high of our range here on NQ. If you are in a runner, this is where you want to be moving up your stops more aggressively. We got our hold of our previous range highs from our PTs on both ES and RTY, holding our range and then pushing. We are coming back up into our 78.6 on RTY. This is our 30-second opening range low, and we are into our 47.50, which is our PVZ high. These are great PTs if you are holding runners. Move stops up, understand that these are the high of our range.
And we will approach it carefully while we're very much keeping an eye on, you know, downside economic risks should they emerge.
And you've been talking about this clear sense that it's just going to take longer to have the confidence that's needed for rate cuts. Is there something about what happened in the first couple of months of the year that you're seeing differently now with more time or hindsight? Do you still characterize it as expected bumpiness or something more lasting that is affecting your policy for the rest of the year?
You know, we always want to avoid the tendency to dismiss the parts of inflation that we don't like and just make it go away. So, but we had a quarter where inflation was running higher, and yes, I could stand here and say, it's stuff we shouldn't have taken signal from, but it is what it is. You know, you have
it is what it is.
low
True.
inflation, low inflation, high inflation. So if you have a quarter where it's higher, we tried not to take signal from the first couple of months, but we got a third month and we said, okay, the signal we're taking is that, you know, we think it's going to take longer to get confidence that inflation is moving sustainably on 2%. That's what we said. I think that was the right thing to do. I still think that's the right thing to do. Now we have today's inflation reading, which is very different, very much more positive.
Another rejection of our IB high on NQ at our 44s. We're now watching to see if we can flag at value high or if we're going to rotate the range again.
You know, that's a step in the right direction, but you know, one reading isn't. It's only one reading. You don't want to be too motivated by any single data point.
Pushing through our value high. Now watching to see if offer holds there.
What's your message to Americans who are seeing encouraging economic data but don't feel good about this economy?
I don't think anyone knows, has a definitive answer why people are not as happy about the economy as they might be. And we don't tell people how they should think or feel about the economy. That's not our job. People experience what they experience. All I can tell you is what the data show, which is we've got an economy that's growing at a solid
Offer holding so far at our value high is resistance.
with unemployment.
If offer holds, we expect a full rotation of our range again. First PT into 10s and then next PT into our 80s. If we can look back over, we want to see our IB high taken out and become supportive if we can get back over our value and actually bid for anything more.
And we're doing everything we can to bring that inflationary episode fully to a halt and fully restore price stability. We're confident that we'll get there.
So just keep in mind as well in 10 minutes.
Again, what we're looking at here is a rejection of this 32, push into this. If this becomes resistance, this comes back down to our range low. What we need to see for a bull side is for a push over our 44s and hold for this to be valid, in my opinion. Or we'll just continue to trade the range.
As just a quick follow-up here, you've indicated one interest rate cut sometime this year, and I know you don't have a crystal ball up there, but a lot of people are watching and see, borrowing money remains very expensive. For everybody who's out there waiting on a rate
Russell retesting our range high again, seeing if this can out oscillate here. Just like last time on this retest, can bid step in here, or do we rotate back through this range?
We're confident that inflation is actually moving back down to 2%. And when we are, then we can look at loosening policy. So having that kind of confidence that inflation will be at 2%, it just pays benefits to the whole economy, to
huge trade, Cass,
for a long period of time. We had that period for a very long time. We very much want to get back to a place where people can not think about inflation. It's just not a concern in the everyday economic decisions that they make. We were there for a long time, and our goal is to get back to that place. And we've made good progress, and we're in the phase now of just sticking with it until we get it done.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Just drawing on the change in the statement on there being modest further progress on inflation. Halfway, through the year and after today's CPI release, what have you and other committee members found that has been particularly encouraging to you? And just in terms of the conservatism, how much of that is about stickiness in shelter inflation in particular? Thank you.
So encouraging has been...
First PT hitting here off of the saddle side, right, into our 10s.
The growth clearly that we had last year.
This is POC, middle of our range on NQ on our perfect D distribution.
Growth this year. That's been very encouraging. If you go back a year, there was a real concern about, very much slowing growth and a recession. Many forecasters had that. And that's not what happened. Instead, the U.S. is, anyway, and it's in sharp distinction with many other advanced economies around the world. So that's been encouraging. I would say that today's inflation report is encouraging, but it comes after, several your reports that were not so encouraging. You ask about, your second question was really about shelter inflation. So I think if you go back a couple of years, we know that there are renters, and then there are people who own their houses, and we have OER, which is owner's equivalent rent. And so when market-based rents go up sharply, as they did at the beginning when the economy reopened, they really went up sharply. Those play into rollover rents much more slowly for existing tenants than they do for new tenants. And so we found now that there are big lags. So there's sort of a
Trying to recover our value high here. Again, need to see that push over 44s and hold if we're going to get more.
It has to get worked off, and that may take several years. Nonetheless, as long as market rents are going up at relatively low levels, and they still are, this is just going to happen. It just is going to happen more slowly than we thought. We also do sort of this thing where we impute rental value to owned homes, and that's many countries around the world do that. Some do it differently than us. It's something that the price experts have regularly looked at. It is not something that we're the only country that does, and it's not something we're looking at changing or would look at changing anytime soon. But it's true. It's one of the very hardest things in inflation and in prices is how to think about, the services that someone is getting by living in a home that they could rent, but they're actually living in it. And some countries choose to just...
What's your value high reaction on NQ if we're going to hold? You want to see the bid hold at value and then push over this 44, then get excited, or we will continue to trade within this D and rotate through value.
We understand that. We understand that very well.
Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. Thank you for taking the question, Chair Powell. So I want to go back to jobs and the consumer. The last jobs report showed that over the past year, 600.
So again, in 5 minutes' time at 3:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we are expecting a text release from Bank of Canada's Governor Macklem, who participates in a panel discussion in Montreal.
Using their credit cards to pay for their lifestyle. What pressure points will signal to you that the slowing economy could maybe break companies in terms of hiring or break the consumer in terms of spending?
So, we monitor all the things you mentioned and more. What we're seeing is basically spending was going up faster than disposable income during big parts of last year rather. And so what that you'd expect to see is people spending more on their credit cards. That has been happening. Credit card balances have been going up. Credit card defaults have been going up. They're not at high levels. Remember that after the pandemic, people were cooped up. They couldn't spend money.
Fed's Powell says credit card balances and defaults are not at high levels.
Households were in very, very strong, historically strong financial shape. They've now worked off a lot of that. So we're watching that carefully. And, what do we see? That's what we see. We see the same data that everybody else sees, but you've still got household sector that's in pretty good shape. But nonetheless, it's not in the kind of shape it was in a year or two ago. And we're carefully watching that.
So how close then are we to that point where the consumer can't continue to spend as it's spending or companies can't hire like they're hiring?
Consumer spending is still growing. It's not growing at the pace it was growing at a year or so ago, but it's still growing solidly. And by the way, other parts of the economy are picking up. Spending on equipment and intangibles has picked up quite a bit in the wake of all the construction that we saw of new tech plants. So overall, the economy is
good. Look over our IB high. I'd love to see a rebid of this if it's going to go.
Which is a good pace of growth for the U.S. economy. But you're right though.
Really nice solid bid on hold of our value, and then look over. Now let's see if we can actually maintain.
More lower income people, and the best thing we can do is to foster a very strong jobs economy, which we think we have done. Ultimately, to get inflation under control.
We have 2 minutes and 30 seconds left on this candle, and this is really just our battleground here. This 30 to 35, really.
Which will also improve things.
Victoria. Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. You've mentioned that an unexpected weakening in the labor market would bring rate cuts sooner, and I was just wondering, can you talk a little bit about what that would look like? Is it more of like a quicker pace of people losing jobs? Is it more the level of the unemployment rate if it were to start to go above 4.2 or something like that? How are you thinking about what you're looking for to see the job market unexpectedly weaken?
When I say unexpectedly, the first thing is more than kind of is in our forecast.
Another look into our IB high at 44s, off of a hold of 30.35. No real change here. Again, just kind of letting this develop out into our close of this next 15. Minute 30 left until new 15s open.
To weaken quickly. So waiting for that to happen is not what we're doing. We're watching very carefully. We're looking at the balance of risks. I always point out the
Powell notes that if we see the unemployment more than forecast, we would view that as unexpected weakening. Of course, we can't wait for that to happen. That's why we always look at the balance of risks.
Begin to loosen policy could have several reasons associated with it at a given time. But I would just tell we monitor all the labor market data, and
there are a lot of buyers trying up here. So if this doesn't work, it's going to feel really bad
we look at the broader context of what's going on.
if they get trapped up here. So on the close of this candle, we're going to be really watching this area to see if the bid can maintain. If it can't, again, like it's going to be, you're going to have a lot of trap traders up at these highs.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Simon Urbanovich with
30 seconds until new 15s.
You mentioned with the slightly higher PC readings earlier this year that it wasn't 1 or 2 months, but 3 months that tipped you to be a bit more cautious in the rate outlook. Should we take from that it looks like May will be quite good for PC as it was for CPI? Does that imply that kind of 2 more good months would reinstill the confidence that rate cuts could be coming sooner than you currently project?
You know, I don't actually have that kind of mechanical thing in my thinking. I get that. You know,
New 15s opening now.
We had bad ones, but no, it's not like that. It's the whole. It's going to be the totality of the data, the labor market data, the growth data. In terms of inflation, you know, you'd want to see real progress that builds your confidence that we are on a bit. I don't want to try to give you specific numbers of things, because that points to dates, and I just don't think we're not at a point of being able to do that.
Thank you for doing this. I'm Kosuke Takami with Nikkei. I would like to know about the impact of stronger dollar on U.S. economic growth and prices. And I have no doubt that the market should determine the exchange rate, but Japan and some emerging markets are suffering from the strong dollar. So I want to know if it is having a positive impact on U.S. economy in total.
Move stops up as we push up into Russell pivot here at 74.4.
Actually, it's our finance ministry, the Treasury Department, that has a responsibility.
Again, what I'm really watching is, you see how these deltas have formed up here at these highs? This is what I'm talking about. Those blue deltas above our pivot. You see how buyers are really attempting there, and we were able to hold? That is a really great sign, and that's what we were watching for. We got our look above. It was able to hold. We were able to push. Still need the Russell to break out, but that was a good shift.
That's not our job. It's not.
Now we're coming back into retest.
For our economy, what we're trying to foster is maximum employment and price stability, and we feel like we've made good progress.
We're really keeping an eye now on this, like 50 to 45. See if buy side's willing to bid up.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. You said you would cut rates before inflation falls to 2%. You're forecasting inflation to end the year at 2.8% on core PCE, or at 2.8%, of course, on core PCE. Right now, you said the inflation forecast is conservative, and that if you got 2.6 to 2.7 on PCE, that would be a good place to be. You also indicated the job market has mostly normalized. So why not cut rates this summer just once? You're well above neutral, to try to preserve the soft landing rather than risking waiting too long in the quest for confidence for inflation.
You know, so we're well aware of the two-sided risks here. Let me just say, we understand that if we wait too long, that could come at the cost of economic activity, of employment, of the expansion. We understand that if we move too quickly, we
still have room up to IB high on ES. If we can hold 47s for a push up into our 53.
We're extremely aware of both of those risks, and just basically trying to manage them. And what we said is that we don't think it'll be appropriate to begin to loosen policy until we're more confident that inflation is moving down to 2% over time on a sustainable basis. That's kind of been our test. Or there's another test, which is, you know, an unexpected deterioration in labor market conditions. So
yeah, this 47 to 45 is what you're looking for to hold on ES for that push into 53.
That's our dual mandate there, and you know, we have a strong economy. We've got growth. All forecasts are very commonly around 2%. That's a strong growth rate for our economy. The labor market continues to print jobs at a pretty high rate. Unemployment's still low, so we have the ability.
Fed's Powell says we have the ability right now to approach the rate cut question carefully. We have the ability to approach the rate cut timing carefully, Powell says.
Of a weakening in the labor market, otherwise, is it too late, given that the labor market is a lagging indicator, right, when you look at the monthly jobs data?
Yeah, we completely understand that that's the risk, and that's not our plan. Is to wait for things to break and then.
And Powell adds, it's not our plan to wait for things to break and then try to fix them.
In a way that is consistent with our framework, and we think we're doing that.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Evan Reiser with Market News International. You have mentioned before the framework review process will start in the latter half of the year.
You guys doing all right?
At this point, do you have any specific time frame for the start of that? Who will lead it? Will it be you or a committee group of your peers?
Pushing into our IB high here on ES. Again, this is target.
Do you anticipate the review?
Need to see over 53s, just like we saw this 53.55 here.
What we've been thinking is that we would announce bounce. And
or this will be this will act as our same kind of reaction we had at 44s on NQ.
In the meantime, as that time approaches,
Where we're going to need to be able to build here for a bit, rotate this range until we can look above and hold.
Within scope would certainly be communications generally. I'm not going to say that we'll look at this or that particular thing.
Bank of Canada's Governor Macklin.
We have a buyer now attempting at this 65, 70 area on NQ. We'll watch to see if they can hold here.
Everything else to later in the year.
I don't really want to draw lines. I'm going to just make a box.
Hi, Chair Powell. Nancy Marshall-Genzer with Marketplace. Just one more question on housing. Can you still cut rates with shelter prices high?
And Bank of Canada's Governor Macklin says that we still need to get inflation down further to the targets.
I wouldn't, there isn't any one thing, one variable like housing prices moderating that would really decide against what we're doing. We've got an overall test, which is greater confidence that inflation is moving down to 2% on a sustainable basis. That's our overall test. Or alternatively, we see unexpected weakening in the labor market. So those are two different tests. I would say
if 64.70 doesn't hold, then you get your pushback down into 50s, like easily. Look how thin this action is, Dubs, on the tail. Like this is just trend right now. So like either trend persists and we're gonna hold our last buyer, which again is in this area here, or we're going to have to come down and come back to our structure. Which is basically what he's showing. What Sauce is saying.
With inflation at the aggregate level, and of course, if
but as of right now, we're just in trend. One time bringing up.
So the press conference with Fed's Chair Powell has now ended.
Ongoing disinflation would matter too, but I wouldn't single out housing as having a special role there. Thank you very much.
Some profit taking. Again, watch this 65.70 as the conference ends. See if they can hold this. Coming back down to fix some of this structure now that that's over, and makes sense. See what our reaction is. Testing 70s now. Again, IB high 55 to 53 held on ES. Coming back down into our 47s, that's where you're looking for a bid to step in here on ES. As we come down into this, again, on NQ, just either the 70s holds or we're going down into that 50 filling structure. And this is just coming back down to our previous buyer. Russell's still failing to get over that 74.4. Another rejection, coming back down to our lows. You see how we're just coming right back to our distribution, how thin this action was? This is like where you'd want to see buyers step in if we were going to. If we don't hold here, I fully expect us to come back down to like 500 stubs. We don't see a bid step in here on NQ. Good job. This is a good first risk off into our 30s. If 30s don't hold, again, fully expecting us to come back down to 500. 500, 510. This is our value high edge. By the value high either holds or it'll go offer and we'll retrace the entire range. $50 or 50 points? Keep having to ask you. Oh, 75 to 50. Got it, got it. Later, Tatum. Coming down into our 500, 510 now. If you did take a short, this is going to be your first area of profit taking as we come down to retest this low. This is the middle of our node now that we've entered back in. We'll have to see how extreme sell pressure is, but I'd expect a bid here to at least retest our offer into our value high. But if sellers are incredibly serious, they will just push us immediately back down into our 80s. The full distribution retrace. Very common on FOMC action to retrace the structure. See how buyers react here, pushing into our 500. If offer now holds into 10s, again, we expect one more leg down. If buyers can push us back up, we expect a move back up to 30s.
So following the end of Fed's Powell's press, I just noting the S&P 500
Fully
paring back
retraced
some
our
of these
move.
gains are still up almost 1% on the session, around spot 9%.
Just as before, 80, right? Profit taking into 10s. If 10s can go supportive, then we trade back up to value high. Yep, IB to IB. And for NQ, value to value. Another perfect rejection off of our 10s, pushing back down. We don't see our overnight high hold here on NQ. I fully expect us to come down to 410s. This is where we saw that liquidity step in last time on NQ on the candle, right? We're just retracing our wick low here off of the initial FOMC reaction. We have now fully retraced the move. Again, I think if we can't get back over here and build at this wick low, that we should expect one more leg down. So far holding. Need to get back over 88, 80, 88. Or that will be where your offer is sitting. We can get back over 80s, there's potential, but as of right now, sell side's in control. You've got someone who's potentially offside down into 40s, right? But if we can push below that, then we'll go for that full PT into 410. If 40s can't hold on the low on NQ. Yes, still maintaining our pivot here. But we need to get back over 30 for upside. Recover our ETH high, or it doesn't really matter again. So glad, man. Once you get your system in place, right, you don't need that volatility gamba anymore. Once you get like have some like strategies to play around that FOMC stuff, like you can get back into it. But like again, like I've repeated over and over again, like 90% of your trades should be mechanical setups, right? You don't need this news-based, low liquidity, illiquid nonsense to make money anymore, which is great. That's a huge step. You know, and then like you can start taking smaller leverage trades during this once you get familiar, but they should still only equate to about 10%. You shouldn't need FOMC day to like win an eval account. Yeah, micros are great for stuff like this. And that's totally understandable. I think that that's a great way to look at it. Again, need over 30s here. Recovery of our ETH high for anything more on ES. Got our hold of our 20 to 17. We're able to hold that low. Those guys are definitely have offside potential at the lows at 40s, like we talked about on NQ. Pushing up into our 500, 510, though, is where our seller offer will be holding. So just keep that in mind that we are now at our first like real target here. We are trying to recover value and bid, right? But don't expect this to for continuation. Just leave a runner. Then we can look into this if it's going to hold. But this is target across the board. Yeah, again, like there's nothing wrong with it, but the problem is it's not sustainable, right, Dubs? That's my whole point I'm getting at, is like you shouldn't need it. It's great, like volatility can come in, and if your levels are great, you know, you nailed it. But like you've got to be able to sustain. It's the same reason why Apex doesn't want you to trade most of your profits to be in one trade, right? They've limited it at 30% for that exact reason, because you're not showing sustainability. You're not showing a repeatable strategy. Apple really starting to sell. Looking like it probably needs to come back down into our 15s if we can't find this low here. This is what I'm seeing, by the way. From our previous pivot where we were able to get this big uptrend off of the 15 hold, we are coming back down to retest this. This is our secondary area, right, where buyers were able to push back, but it really does look like we're just coming back down into this 15 before we get any decision. Yeah, man. Pushing into our 15s now. This is our edge on Apple. It's either holds or we're coming all the way back down to 1240. What are you looking for PT off that? Are you just trading into your next like area of resistance, or do you have like a set PT where you're taking profit? So 200 on both sides and then let the runner run. Makes sense.
Yeah, and as your execution gets better, you should be able to basically like, make your stop even tighter than that. But that's a good risk reward model right now with like a set loss and just like it either works or it doesn't. And then as like execution gets better and your read gets better, you tighten it up. Yeah, I totally get you. So far, perfect rejection off our 15s on Apple. Retesting our lows here. It looks like it really wants to fully retrace this entire move. Top of our range here on ES. 30-second opening range low at 26s. Again, need to see that recovery of our ETH high and our 30s for any sort of real upside potential. Something like this
is the most complicated one.
Where we will continue to just make lower highs and rotate in this and then look down into that 407. I'd really like to see Apple reclaim 15s if we were going to go up. Same thing for NQ, right? 80, 88. It's no change there. Coming up into our target again on ES into our 30s. Needed to see the look above. Really keep an eye on this Russell pivot. Apple still below 15s. Watching this blue box on RTY. Yeah, there's a lot of potential if MOC can bid. It would be sick if we got one final rotation, or maybe over 10s on NQ. Another perfect rejection off of our 30 area on ES, right? 30-second opening range high, and our 500s. Watching our value reaction here into our 80s. Can bid step back in or no?
S&P 500 selling balance of 2.2 billion. Nasdaq 100 1.2 billion to the sell side.
Apple still
down
below
30 at
15s. Still looking at that
$715 million
1240.
selling balance.
If we can't get over
Over the Mag
15s.
7 stock seeing $716 million sell side.
Testing our 10s now on NQ. See if we can get the look above and hold. Or if this is it. Russell coming up into our pivot high. Yeah, they're not bad at all. Need over 36, man. value holding so far in NQ. Russell rejections pretty harsh. Apple coming down into our 1240 off of another rejection off of our 15 area. Really solid bid off of our value low on NQ though. $88.50 off of PVZ, still holding. Just as before, off of the hold of 80.88, we can look for 10s to go bid and then a push up into our 30s. This is the same range as pre-FOMC, or during FOMC. Same levels. Target for ES is 38s if we can get this look above. Just as before. Over 38s, we can look for 47s. Such a beaver. 3 minutes left, boys. Pushing into our 30 target, no, on NQ. Yeah, I always stay for the full day on FOMC days. Because I know that you guys are going to be degens anyways. So if I can help prevent some of that and find areas that are good, then I will stay. $44 is IB high on NQ, by the way. It's your next PT. I mean, really, honestly, like this 30, if we can get over 30s as well. 30s is still your hard resistance, but you know what I mean. And that is basically close. I don't know if anyone's actually in trade still. All you're looking for is this 500, 510 to maintain. Well, you have a minute for that to happen, Sauce. Retesting our buyer here at 500. Value retest on NQ. Seller's really trying at this 500 now. And that is the close. PVZ to PVZ, value to value. Ugh. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Just a friendly reminder again that we had a beautiful range before FOMC and that you do not need to trade the news volatility. If you are uncomfortable with it, don't trade it. If you were green on the day and then went red in FOMC trying to snipe, understand that that is something that you need to work on. If you made money on it, great job. That's also fine, but don't depend on it, right? We had amazing trades from open till midday. Take advantage of that. Leave your computer if you have to. Don't watch it. Do what you need to do to make yourself not overtrade and not blow up. It is incredibly important that you do what you need to do to preserve. Tomorrow's a new day, right? Don't lose it all in a single day. Yeah, I think honestly, and I've talked to Avery about this as well. I think pre-FOMC, and any like pre-news day, as soon as you understand that we're range bound, like you should just trade the range. Like it's some of the best trading you'll get because you have such a defined area of risk. And like a lot of people will be really mad that there's no expansion on days like that, or mornings, I guess, and afternoons. But like as soon as you understand that like we're not going for expansion on those days and that we are going to maintain like a very clear area, like that is worth trading. That's money on the table just for you, right? As soon as you accept it. Yes.
For me to stop trading on one of the fund is because I just could not get a grasp on it.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Go enjoy it. It's a beautiful day outside.
Go walk your dog.
I am. Peace.